All right. Is that working? Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? That was weird. All right, what's going on? Everything's down. Market opens in a minute. I mean, just SLD, right? Happy SLD day. Happy SLD SLD day to you too. Ghostly spirit of Luke Spears. Is Upstart gonna be up squart today? You know, had some really fun after hours price movement. Some pretty big volume too. Probably not. No. I would imagine that we stay mostly flat. I can't check the like the arbitrage. I don't have any tools to check the arbitrage on Upstart, but I feel like they're going to continue to attempt to short us for a little bit longer, as much as they can, right? At least until the big pile of puts expires this Friday. Mm, Ready to be asked. Upscore. You know, OPEX is upon us because the Discord is flipping out. Would you buy 0 DT SPX calls at this bottom? I mean, you could. It's a little risky. Can I cancel my fucking order? Hold on. That's weird. Did it sell already? What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. I gotta close out some stuff. I've got a lot of puts open right now. That's WeBull not letting me sell. Okay, so I'm not alone. Well, I'm trying to shed some SPX puts. Okay, they canceled my order. There. That was fucking weird. Hey, Jimmy did the thing I thought it would do. Cool. Low liquidity plus positive. I need to backtest this more, but low. It looks like on Jimmy, low liquidity and positive arbitrage almost inevitably lead to opening upside price action. There's money to be made there. There's gold in them there hills. Are you gonna shed your SPX puts, or are you holding on? Well, now I'm holding on. I shed some of them. Made over 100% profit on SPX. Thanks for showing us the way. No problem, man. Congratulations, by the way. Do you think I have more to drip, or is this the bottom for spot for SPX? Fuck. We could see as low as 38.52 potentially. But we've dropped within the range of expectations if you count the entire week. At least the conservative range. Rev halted? What? How's Rev halted? It's on fucking pink sheets. There's no halts. Check Fossil and M. They're starting to cover the basket stocks. Ooh. Yeah, they are. Looks like Nordstrom's a little bit, too. What's GDS doing? Flat. Gross. What the fuck do you mean it's halted? Okay, hold on. I have to check because people are saying shit in the chat. Are my 10,000 shares going to be saved? Okay, not trading is not the same as halted. I don't see any halts. Is OTC even open? OTC 10 o'clock, right? I have shit to do. OTC delayed. I think I have live OTC data on TradingView. Let me check over here. Give me a second. No, I fucking don't. I do not have live OTC data on TradingView. Get your filthy paws off my stock, you shameless bears. Which one? Which is your stock? Rims and Tims. Did you guys see that stupid fucking BBBY post on my Discord or on my subreddit? Why are they trying to come over to our subreddit and pump their shitty stocks? Fucking super stonkers. BNY Mellon trying to crash the market by not letting people sell their SPX puts. I mean, they closed. The initial order got canceled, but they closed. Actually, I got a better exit. Good morning, my brother. Okay, what is the trading site you use right now? The one we see here on the screen. This is WeBull. There's a link in the description. Are we bullish on Rebecca again? Can't be anything else. Might as well be bullish. 1.1 million shares available for Upstart. Yep. Is now a good time to buy the dip on Bobby? That one? Yeah. That is some of the most asinine shit I've ever seen written down. What a fucking idiot. No, but that person's been around forever. I think they're from they're like one of like the like hardcore super stonkers, but they've clearly gotten wrapped up in the BBBY hopium as well. Is SLD the main reason for the downturn in the market, or just of the reasons? I mean, it's a reason. Any other reason would be exacerbated by it. Just a heads up on Fossil, it's become an indicator of OPEX covering. I don't play it because it's not big enough potential, but it runs every OPEX and usually runs first. Yeah, I know. I've watched it for a long time, man. I have a watch list of like 60 stocks that are in the basket. But the reality is they're all just volatility shorts, and volatility shorts cover in the same way. I knew you'd love that walk-in. At market open, I was setting limit orders a couple cents above the bid on GME. It was for one contract, but the moment I'd place the order, I'd see the count go to 34, then 600. Am I the MM? Maybe. You know, Weebull's particularly good at filling contracts at market open uh, lower than the MM current pricing. It's like it beats the MM reprice to the market sometimes, which is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Do you know anything about Boyle? Premiums are insane. Yeah, premiums are insane. Are you bearish on Fubo yet? No? Why? Would you still fucking cover calls again? Why does everyone want to buy Bobby? It's literally worse than AMC right now. Oh man. Close. Still not worse than AMC, but getting there. They're diluting enough soon. I buy any fucking Bobby this morning on my second screen. Why? I could just buy like Macy's or J&W if I want to play OPEX. Why the fuck would I buy Bobby? Jamie, Upstart. I mean, there's so many better options. I get if you're holding fat bags and you have no choice, but it doesn't look like they're covering GME early. Today isn't tomorrow. love closing your comment basically saying the only thing he got right was the statement of buy low, sell high. Yeah. That was the summation of his entire thesis on Bobby. Was if you buy a stock while it's cheap and it goes up, you'll make money. Fuck. If only I'd known that all along. Upstart CSP's best opportunity likely today or tomorrow. Hmm. I don't know. They got some shares to short today. Let's see if they borrow them. Market's downtrending. It's a good time to drop the price of the stock and offload internalization simultaneously. I assume you see it, but BTU coming down. It was cooling a little bit. Is it coming down enough to fill my CSPs? No. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to buy BTC at 27 or BTU at $27. Um, I have a bunch of CSPs out at $24. I might sell some more at $24. CSPs on it are pretty good. Chances of getting filled on them aren't great, but the CSPs are pretty good. Greeks for the screen. Oh shit. Yeah. I could do that. They're in the daily, by the way. If you guys ever need them immediately. I always put them in the daily. Bu- 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 bu. Oh, well, that was fun. Do I want to play the long side here? Hold on, let me see if we have an update for spot or SPX. We need another minute. Hmm. When do you plan on entering the rest of your OPEX position? Today or tomorrow? Depending on how much more I buy this week, probably today. We'll see if the downside on the volume, or like on the market, persists, and we see GME drag down a little bit lower. I'll probably pick up more today. Fucking Ivy is still kind of. I mean, it's not as elevated. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the opportunity on Upstart here. That's a nice price. Like Ivy's not really dropping, right? Prices are. We discussed that yesterday. You can lower the price or you can lower volatility. You can only choose one. Our new cult motto: today isn't tomorrow. Does the 1 million shares available on Upstart mean they likely got FTDs below the threshold as of today? It doesn't matter. It's on the threshold list for 5 days, no matter what. And no, not necessarily. Did you rest well? No, of course not. I'm thinking today is the main upstart down push. And then if they can't, try again tomorrow. Depends on is SPXC's 3850 though. Yeah, I don't know if SPX is gonna see 3850. Speaking of which, let me check that update now. Okay, so I mean, we should be able to pick up downside momentum if we start moving to the downside. Here's the problem. Gamma flips at 39.37, and we're moving up towards it. Don't forget, the market maker also buys into rising prices right now, so I don't know what to do here. Maybe I straddle? Really don't want to straddle. If this does turn around, where's the call volume? 3950. The 3950 is pretty stacked actually on the call side. 3900's stacked on the put side. Or well, the negative side. It's tough. I mean, the ramp down to 3900 looks a lot better than a move up to 3950 right now. But both of those strikes are roughly equal. I'm just not going to do anything. Stay away from it until it starts to do something. That's on SPX 4100C, November 25th. I don't love it. Are you buying December 16s? I have them. For what? GME? Probably. I already answered you, Bob. How many times are you going to write that? No. If they, first of all, last November when they covered early, they started covering on Friday. Thursday was flat like a pancake. When they started covering early because of the holiday. So if they're gonna cover early, it's more likely tomorrow than today. They don't have to cover early. There's no requirement. They can just move forward with an OPEX and run the price of the stock into the holiday. There's probably some incentive to run it early. Any chance Jamie is sub 26 today? Trying to get in my OPEX position and looking for a dip. It's possible. I mean, it's only 70 cents to the downside. Are you more bullish on GME or Upstart for this OPEX? I mean, Upstart's on Reg Show, which is quite nice, right? I'm still bullish on GME for OPEX also. Both of them. GME has higher correlation. It has more FOMO. It has its own advantages. They're not the same, right? But I probably have more Upstart exposure. At least, well, I have more Upstart exposure for options, not for shares, but do you see evidence that Upstart could come off Reg Show in the 5 days? It seems unlikely that they would get it off that fast. It does. It does seem unlikely. $1K viewers, 200 likes. Come on, fam. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help, and it's not very hard to do. Are you still holding the rest of your SLD put position, or did you exit that this morning? I exited most of it. I still have a couple, not many. Like six, I have like six contracts left, I think. Just because they haven't hit their fill. But I'm pretty sure if it drops back to 39.10 again, they'll get stopped out also. Is the spread on Upstart always so far apart? It's usually tighter. Didn't your overnight straddle have a call side still open? Yeah, I have calls open at 39.65. But I have 4 days till expiration on those. And I'm probably gonna roll them out today. I'll probably roll them out and buy some more. I just kind of want to see where the price ends up. Because I might want to roll them down. Like down and out. Are you currently Zenish on OPEX? I mean, it's gonna happen or it's not, right? It's all you can do is get exposure. Fubo OPEX, or do you need to wait for December and the money put wall to expire? I'm sure if the rest of the basket runs, Fubo will too. I don't know how much. I mean, Gamma Max on it's like $7. Seriously though, with Upstart on the threshold list and SSR on, how hard is it to push down today? It's not particularly easy. Let's see how many of those million shares they borrow. Okay, Bob. If you ask the question again, I'm going to ban you. It's like the 9th time you've asked it, and I've answered you 3 times now. Hello from Gay Paris. Pickleman, I love you. Thank you, Sisyphus. You're picking up Upstart vol positions. I'm thinking of positioning some 100s, 150s for Jan 2023. Vega doesn't look bad. Is there anything you think is better? Jan 2024s? I already have a shitload of volatility positions on Upstart. I'm kind of done buying the vol positions. I'm just buying like nearer the money stuff now. Options calculator says that for Upstart, December 16th would be way more profitable than Jan 20th for an OPEX run. Is that correct? Percentage increase in premium is higher. Yes, yes, you get more leverage by buying nearer dated calls. The notional increase in premium is not the same, right? Higher upfront premium. So, if you buy a call for $2 and it goes up 100%, it's now a $4 call. You buy a call for 50 cents and it goes up 100%, it's now $1. No, it's not Bob Smith. Wait, bro, I'm at work acting like I'm doing stuff on the phone and stuff. Well, fucking at least like rewind or something and watch on like 2x so you can see if I answered this question that you asked like 9 times, man. You asked it so much. And it's irritating because the thesis behind your question is just incorrect. I'm not yelling at you, Bob. So many fucking Bobs in here. Did you hear this morning one of the Fed presidents decided to scare the market in time for SLD and say they may have to raise rates to 7 because that is going to happen? It could. No, it wasn't Moonwind. I forget who was the first person to say puts same like shares. Sell any more upstart CSP on this dip, like 20p. Not yet. Now's not the time, Bob. Can you explain the logic behind upstart calls for Jan 2024? When they're when Ivy and Price rise, their Vega increases very, very rapidly, which is their multiplier on implied volatility. And then, they have the same advantages in implied volatility that other calls that are high in the smile do. No, it's not Bob. It's a different Bob. It's not Bob Smith. I'm sorry, I'll polish your centaur hooves. Alright, fine. We'll work something out. What do you think of my thesis that there's 4 months between peaks, thus putting our true run in early December? Whatever makes you happy, man. It's wrong, but if you like it. No real call strength on the SPX after 3900. Not really, no. Oop, I get stopped out. Yes. Cool. Um Oh, 3900 is not great. Like 3900 is negative. 3835's positive to the downside. Don't forget we're trading below the gamma flip point now. You didn't stream Joel earnings? What? Of course not. You realize if we see a crash, Upstart is going sub $5, right? Yeah. So, I mean, everything probably will. Upstart below 19. Yes. Just 10 cents below, but it is. If you count the days between peaks, it's between 4 months and 2 days and 4 months and 8 days. I don't know, just the chart. It isn't. You're just like picking an arbitrary pattern and saying it has meaning. The distance between peaks is not 4 months. Looking at charts and confirming biases is not a valid way of interpreting a data set. Interpreting. Interpretator? Jesus, my fucking brain is fried today. Interpretator. Tot. The 4 months, the fucking months between runs theories are bullshit. Everything that happens on Jimmy happens on like a pretty strict schedule with very, very little deviation. It gets real hard to explain when, what is it? March and then the May run 2 months later. What about like August to November? That's like that was like 57 trading days, right? Or the peak of June to August, which was also 57 days. Where can I find good Fubo DD? I wrote some DD on Fubo. I've written a bunch of DD on Fubo. Discord? I think I mostly wrote it on there. Or research it yourself. That's the best way. Formally applying to open position on the quant team for an interpretator. What's up, carbon based? I read the tea leaves for Upchart. They told me to smoke more weed and charge my crystals in the rectum of a centaur. Ponk, lol, pickle, financial rocks. Thank you so much, carbon based. I didn't know that you could use centaurs for crystal charging. Stefan didn't even bring that up in his last DD. In the battle between shorts and short vols on Upstart, do you think shorts are the ones in control because the price is being driven down and Ivy is climbing? I mean, shorts are shorting, so the price is being driven down and Ivy is climbing. But the prices are being driven down very rapidly, right? It's kind of like a slow bleed. So that's more likely vol shorts fighting back against like a hard drop. Because a hard drop would spike IV, right? Don't backtest the theory. Just accept it as fact and move along. Oh, sorry. Philly Fed Manufacturing? Let me look. I mean, it doesn't really matter if it misses, right? No one cares about it. Philly CapEx is up, so Philly Fed unemployment or employment is way the fuck down. Way down. Fell 21 points. Philly Fed new orders is also down. Wait, is it? Yeah, down. And Philly Fed price index ticked down 1 point. So, I mean, it looks like a continuation of what we're seeing in the CPI and PPI data. A little bit. Big move up in CapEx, though. I'm gonna need to review the DD because I'm about to own a lot of Fubo. Like, how much? How many CSPs did you sell? Did you sell them at $3? You might not own them. After November, they changed the way hedging was conducted in the beginning of 2022. No, they changed the way volatility shorts were hedged in February. The thesis still doesn't work. You're just picking arbitrary points that are 4 months apart and saying these are important. Do you take any nootropics? I intake a lot of caffeine and nicotine. I think nicotine's considered a nootropic. I'm not sure though. Caffeine's not, right? Or maybe it is. You'll be waiting till midnight for the launch of the new Pokemon game. Probably not, no. I did research it myself. My findings were just a bit more bearish than yours, and so I wanted to read different viewpoints. I don't know, maybe Seeking Alpha or something has one. I really don't think my outlook on Fuba is all that bullish. It's not like crazy bullish. Last weekend's stream, you mentioned that after SLD, you're planning to add more further dated SPX calls to play the upside. Is this still the case? And do you see we go and test 4100 in the near future before the next leg down? I don't know if we'll hit 4100. It's possible. Few weeks. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I guess it depends on how low we get dragged by SLD. And I'm still waiting to see what positioning looks like after SLD is done, probably before I move into those calls. But I'm not going to buy 4100 Cs. I'd probably buy like 3950s or 4000s. I know it's been a minute since you mentioned it, but Nvidia puts for March look really cheap nowadays. Yes, they do. I did pick up a couple for earnings, but the earnings weren't that bad yet, which is something I kind of expected. I mean, they didn't move up a ton on earnings, right? How are they doing today? Hold on, I want to take a look. Where the fuck did it go? I just saw it. There it is. So, yeah, very, very little earnings volatility. Just back to kind of tracking with the market. There should be some drop in IV, though. Ooh, those are nice. They're quite nice. Hmm. Patience? I think I'll wait. I do like them quite a bit right now, but I think I'll wait a little longer. I might, well, I might DCA into a few. I still really want the kind of the upside on the market to burn out before I enter those, and it's dragging, right? We keep getting like not super bad economic data. This seems like a very good time to pick up some zero GTs on the SPX. Hmm. Do I want zero GTs? It's so risky. I think I kind of do. Let's just go right at the money. Can you explain why you bought Upstart Jan 2024 leaps at such high strikes? Wouldn't lower strikes have higher Vega? Yes, but they also have more exposure to Delta. So I don't want Delta exposure. I just want IV exposure. Does that make sense? For selling into OPX peaks, a good indicator to bail is high volume price stagnation, right? Yes. Do you think SPX could rally to 4150 before we take our next big leg down? Right now, I'd say that's a bit of a stretch for a target. There's still a lot of call interest up there, and it is further dated. I would want to see more build up or have a little better confirmation, like maybe a move back above, 3950 or so before I started targeting that range. Is Baba a previous part of the basket? It's moving like a beast today. No, Baba's kind of its own animal. It's got exposure to both like Asian markets and the US market. And so um it's kind of just volatile and hard to predict. Like income strategies on Baba that just capture implied volatility tend to be pretty good. Up stonk, hold the line. Asking for a friend, what's the best way to win a streamer's heart if you know they already love you, albeit begrudgingly, and marry them? I have no idea, man. Baba earnings this morning. I'm killing it on my calls. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Because I don't want the premium value of the contracts to be affected by near-term price movements. My mom is global. Nice. Good. Good for her. Upstart won 12, 16, 30 Cs. Were cheaper at one point yesterday than they have been all morning, despite the drop in Upstart. Yeah. Hmm. That's not too bad. Those are shitty. But that's kind of nice. Oh, I'm glad I didn't buy those puts. How far is Jimmy from being cash flow positive? Any thoughts on when that'll happen? You mean positive EPS, I assume? Um, I could see it happening. Well, it depends on how quickly they can reduce SG&A costs. I don't think their revenues are moving up in any substantial way, but I could see quarter four earnings having positive EPS. I think that's on the table at least. Next earnings, maybe, but a little harder to pull off, I think. Investigation into Biden and his son by Republicans. Press conference just now. Okay. Picked up a little bit of Jimmy OPEX exposure at 30 for 12.16. If it runs, good. If it doesn't, I'm fine. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't really disagree with that sentiment at all. I wanted some 30s, but they're just not getting cheaper. Ugh. Yeah, I'm seeing that too. The zero DT volume on SPX isn't super great. People are wary, as they should be. Also, don't forget that other participants are starting to, you know, adjust their margin now, right? And so we're going to see further dated options being purchased. News pop up. Fed's Bullard says benchmark interest rate in 5 to 7% range. Maybe it needed to bring inflation down. Yeah, someone mentioned that one earlier. Nothing says fascism like investigating political opposition. I got to sign this morning on some calls that expire tomorrow. I'm not too worried about, but they're both, don't they both do that? Like, nothing says our government is as useless as a bag of dicks than them spending all their time investigating each other. WeBull on mobile was glitching on options pricing a few minutes ago. E-Trade might use a common data provider. What happened? Okay. If Jimmy doesn't see any SLG drop, how does that affect your expectations for OPEX? It's kind of bullish. I mean, they're not letting like Jimmy rocket up or anything, right? But they're definitely having a difficult time controlling the price. Is oil dead for the very short term, like 2 weeks? Probably not going to do very well over the next few weeks. I bought at the bid, but the Delta and Vega were great, so any volumetric move up or even a slow bleed up makes me some money. They weren't cheap, but they weren't bad. That's fair. Okay, Gavin. How many different strikes and expiration dates do you have for upstart calls? I have 2 expirations. I'm struggling a bit with the diversification to get optimal market depth when I want to sell at the peak. Why do you have so many issues, Bruce? Don't buy so many calls if you don't want that amount of exposure or you think it's unmanageable. Get fewer strikes. You can get similar exposure with fewer strikes, but I want. What then get? I mean, what the fuck do you want me to do? I can't hold your hand. Buying 0 GTE puts now? No. I just bought some 0 GTE calls. Down there, below the EMA 30. They're killing it. I'm up like 30% on them. I should have bought way more. I just bought 2. I feel like I'm gonna regret this, but I'm either gonna regret this or make a bunch of money off of it. We'll find out here in a second. No regrets. Let's fucking go. My Jimmy calls or OPEX are down 4%. Do I go to the Composite Man directly for a refund? Or does he have a call center I should start at? You just dial *69 on your phone. What if you just hold your hand up to your camera for a second? I think that's a compromise to what? If JFresh has GME OPEX position, we might be fucked. Why? I mean, JFresh probably has better week over week returns than most of you. Although he does get first dibs on Pickles picks, so. I hope you got some sleep. No, not at all, actually. Very, very little sleep. How about that Dole? How about it? Are they killing it? Nice. Man, I picked such a good entry. I wish I bought more. I really do. I only bought like 10,000 shares. I didn't buy any calls. I should have bought leaps too. SLD dead. I mean, we might be nearing the end of it. We've hit like the conservative range. In the 2000s, Girk told me he would only vote if Ralph Nader is on the ballot. First dibs on Pickles picks, same like Prima Nocta? Yes. I mean, it was like $7 a share when I bought in. I should have bought a lot more, and I definitely should have bought Leaps. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I was busy dumping all my money into Fubo and Upstart. I bought way too many Upstart calls, and I need to hedge that nothing happens next week. I haven't figured out how to trade volatility yet. Can I just bet you $100 that Upstart doesn't halt next week? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That's not a hedge, man. Somebody calls here. Yes. Holy fuck. The SPX is so dry today. This is gonna be a long day. I can already, it's like 10:30 and nothing's happening. About too many Upstart calls. I need to Dole basically has no leaps. Yeah. I still should have bought some. You don't need to hedge if stocks only go up. If that were true, then yes, you wouldn't need to. Now I feel lonely and disappointed. Well done, Pickle Jar. So I'm trying to get us to pick your calls for you. Is no volume on GME super bullish or no? No. It's not anything. It's just low volume. And I'm shadow banned, but can we get Big Gherk? What do you mean Big Gherk? No, not yet. You're trying to start your own banana republic. I am not. I don't like this. It's gonna slip the EMA 30 and I'm gonna be super pissed off. Or it's not, and it's gonna rip. I think it slips. It's okay. I'll buy more calls. Why is it not dropping? Makes no sense. Why are there bulls? Who's bullish today? Cutes are bouncing. It's kind of sexy. Who's bullish today? Buys calls. You used to say that low volume is bullish indeed because it shows low liquidity. How come change? I mean, the volume's not that fucking low today. It's at like 500K. It's like basically average, right? It's not like we've traded like 100,000 volumes since open. It's not extremely low. The spread's pretty wide, ish, sometimes. But I mean, it's still on track to hit like 2.5 million volume by the end of the day, right? So like 2 million, 2.5, 2 million, which isn't ridiculously low. That likely means that there's a lot of internalization going on, or some internalization going on, but the market's really low volume too. So I'm not surprised that GME also has low volume. I didn't say Futes are ripping. It still looked like they were bouncing a little bit. They're at 39.27 right now. But ES1 is. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem is this like push up. I guess yeah, this push up is putting a little bit of pressure on the bears to capitulate. So we might get like a little bump from that. Still think we need to like bleed a little more though. Maybe I should just give this the very very edge there. Yeah, it's about as far out as it can go. Pre-split volume is irrelevant. It's not 700k pre-split volume. It's 700k pre-split turnover. Or well, it's relative to the turnover, not the volume. VIX up, Dixie up, market up. Market makers for SPX have to slowly buy $6 billion today. Yeah, I saw. Bipolar Bear, thank you so much for gifting out a membership. Welcome aboard, Innocent Ingrid. What the fuck? Why is that not working? Hold on. I need to. Oh, that's why. Hey, there we go. Did some more Fubo GG and it's whittle scary, but I like things that get my heart rate up. Time for more CSVs. I don't think it's that scary. They have a pretty decent amount of cash, and they have a big fat shelf offer should they need to turn to it. But I don't think they're like burning through their money all that fast. Also, revenues are up. because there's a holiday next Thursday. They would want to complete the settlement into the holiday. So they'd want to have their obligations cleared before the holiday hits. Most likely. That's why I think there's a chance of seeing a run like into the end of this week instead of being entirely after OPEC's expiration. I need financial advice. I'm complete my upstart position for GME. I'll buy 12 1635s and 12060s. Are these two good enough to capture the two strategies, or just stick to 12 16s? Yeah, that's probably. I think the 60s are pretty decent. I haven't looked at them in a little bit, but they're usually pretty good. Jan 2060s are 0.02 Vega. All right now. Yeah, 0.02 Vega. Yeah, they're not terrible. Oh, Ionum's decent. Uh, I think 100s might be better though, because you get. Oh, fucking come on. I can hit my stop. Son of a bitch. All right. Well, those got stopped out for not very much money. Probably a good thing. I think that's gonna drop. But I'm not sure it's gonna drop a lot. Hmm. Today might not be enough volume for SPX to be even worth trading, honestly. Which ones create OPEX obligations? Synthetic and ETF. Well, ETF's also synthetic short, but short puts and ETFs. Noon ouchies because no trade. Yeah, it just looks almost too dead to be worth playing. Like I want to buy puts here because I think it'll drop, but I don't feel like there's any momentum to the drop, right? It's just gonna like slow bleed down, which I mean I'm not gonna effectively capture that with like I don't want to buy like long dated puts to capture a $4 move down or whatever. Idaho beef, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. And give a big shout out to Idaho Beef for hooking you up. Stagnant day. I think that like our peaks are being sold into, right? So people are dumping more more of their SLD liquidity into the rising prices, and that's kind of killing momentum. I think we've had a little bit of that the last couple days too. It's like it's probably better to bet on the downside, but the downside doesn't look super fucking great either. Can you remove the ceiling you drew on GME so we can MOASS? Thanks. You're full of it, Mike. You'll be back in 5 minutes. Can I ask the same question 10 times instead of 9 times and polish your hooves if I become a dillionaire? You don't need to become a dillionaire. Thanks for answering. You're about to say why Jan 2100s were better when you were talking about Vega. Yeah, so the Jan 100s are $20 or 20 cents, and the 60s are 72 cents. But Gen 100s have zero point zero 0.01 Vega. The 60s have 0.02, right? And so these might be a little bit better for just volatility positioning because you can get like 3x leverage for almost the same price. So you can get, effectively 0.03 Vega for the same price as a 60. A little bit more, but not much. 8 cents more. I don't know who the fuck that is. Upstart cost to borrow max spiked today 238%. Okay. That's got to be like that's got to be like Quest Trade or something. Somebody with not a lot of shares. Is it possible to have too many Upstart calls? I hope not. I have 1640 now. So please, dear God, I hope not. That is Ortex data. Ortex throwing bullish signals at shit. Whatever. You're welcome, future pigeon whales. Yeah, I agree on SVX. I'm still holding my SLD position. November 25, 3,900, 3,975. So I'm comfortable playing the downside, i.e. continuing to hold. Fair enough. So like I was right about the downside, but like the rate at which it's moving is just like if you buy out of the money. Actually, on a day like this, it's better to buy in the money calls than it is to buy out of the money calls. Because that way you don't burn up theta while you're waiting for the move to finalize. What I don't like, especially on SPX with days like this, is that when volume does come in, it can move very, very fast, maybe in the direction you don't want it to. 462 shares available to borrow at Fidelity on Upstart at 20%. Okay. 26.7 on IBKR. Can I claim you as a dependent? No. Hey, Gurk, I accidentally pressed the next video while watching the stream today. It skipped to tomorrow's stream, and I'm happy to report that we're running tomorrow. Awesome. Glad. Was I happy about it? You were smug? Cool. Dixie popping. Dixie's at like 107. I'm not super worried about it. Okay, now it looks like we're getting some upside momentum again. All right, so that's the bottom of that drop, I think. Bottom's in. Now I can move up really, really slowly. +200% sounds like retail borrow rate, which is sensationalistic. Only the prime borrow rate is really important. Yeah, and the prime rate on Upstart, I think, is like 12 to 16%, roughly. If we run early, we could be done by Monday or Tuesday, possibly. They just returned another 400k Upstart shares. Cool. Couldn't shares returned on Upstart be kind of bullish? Yes. Why is Jimmy 27 weekly still only 52 cents? It's right at the money. I don't know. Because it's a weekly? It's 1 DTE? My Upstart position is up 100% with 0 change in price. I love you, Pickle Daddy. Thank you. Who's your daddy? Or, Ben. Sorry. I got confused by the daddies. Wednesday before Thanksgiving, is it full trading day with just super light volume? As well as the Friday after? Yeah, it's a full trading day. Would you rather live stream with Trey for 6 months or stay with Morantz in his car for a night? Oh, I would definitely rather live stream with Trey trades. I want some of whatever he's taking. I want to know where he gets his energy from. Like, is it meth? Is it just a cocktail of ADD medication? Is it crack cocaine? That's the day after Thanksgiving. We were talking about the Wednesday before. Does he still have energy, or is it gone with the Adderall shortage? I want to teach him about options. I'm spreading the Upstart gospel to the family so they can blame me when they mismanage their positions next week. Nice. But then you can blame me, right? So it's perfect. I'd like to see the opposite of trade trades, which would be a live stream of trading on fentanyl. Oh, I could say something there, but it would be nice. I have this strange hue on my port right now, and I don't understand it. I don't even know positions could be a different color than red. What mean? They're up. I did buy 0 DTE puts at the time he bought calls today. Ooh, nice. Which calls? The 3935s? Yeah, I sold those at a loss. I got stopped out. Is Upstart about to rounded bottom breakout? It's looks like it's bottomed. Ooh, that's what I wanted to check. Hmm. Fuck the SPX. Then this is greater Vega because I have 12 contracts. Well, no, you just have more leverage on that Vega value. They're after me lucky calls. I don't want to trade any of this garbage right now. Why are shares being returned bullish? Usually before covering, we start to see share. Well, you start to see covering, right? That's implying that there's some covering occurring. But yeah, usually before like big runs, we start to see shares being returned. They need borrowable shares if they're gonna run the stock. Carvana and Beyond seem to be moving with Upstart, and they have a similar basket. They're also shorted to the abyss. I'm well aware of both of those. I don't like Beyond Meat very much. I don't think it has a lot of potential. Carvana might move up, but just because I think shorts are going to take profits. Both of those companies are atrocious. I had a conversation with someone who just buys indexes, and I was explaining how I only buy options. It was nice explaining my degeneracy in person. Thanks. Nice, man. If Upstart runs and stays on Reg Show, good for us. If it gets off Reg Show, Upstart dead. I mean, I won't want to. If it runs and ends up off Reg Show, obviously, I wouldn't want to enter another position till it went back on Reg Show, or it found a bottom and I started to see the same indications again. T+2 from today's Upstart 1.1 million returned equals tomorrow probably starts the ups. Probably. I think there's a pretty good chance we start to see some upside tomorrow on a lot of these. Usually before covering, you see covering. This is the kind of analysis I come here for. JK, I love you, Gorik. I mean, it's true, right? Like, I don't know how else to explain common sense. Is there a reason you don't use WMAs and prefer EMAs? I feel like we've had this conversation before. Nothing front runs anything. They're all based on historic data. You can't front run moving average that's calculated using data from the past. All oscillators are reverse looking. From the sound of it, you are the upstart bottom. No, I haven't bought that much. OPEX hasn't even started. Yeah, I know, and people are already freaking out. It's awesome. Remember when Jimmy fell to 2250? That's the kind of despair that I like to see before my stocks go up. Upstart must be really fucking confusing people today because the price is way down, but their options are up. And they're like, what the fuck is happening? And they don't know how to feel. And that confusion is also nice too. Did you put stops on your upstart calls? Fuck no. I mean, I didn't really pay money for most of them, so well, not like real money. I just used the market maker's money. Same people who bought Upstart at 24 plus equals same people who bought Bobby at 20. I mean, I bought Upstart at 20. I got the first assignment I had on Upstart was at 2750, but now my cost basis is like down below 18, so it's not really a big deal. Also, if you bought Bobby at 20, you could have sold it at 30 twice. I know. I sold a bunch of it at 30 twice. It's just annoying because I wanted to average down. Well, it doesn't look like the market maker wants to give you that opportunity, Bean. I miss the excitement and confusion from not knowing why my options pricing was changing. Now that I've seen behind the veil, it's less exciting. Fair. Speaking of freaking out, it looks like I may have missed an opportunity to get into some of my OPEX position. Feels a little bit of a chase to buy in with IV rising. Buy right opportunity? Could be. I don't think calls are like the pricing on calls isn't all that great, right? Eh, yeah. Upstart at 20, same like Bobby at 5. Could be. Not really the same, but similar. There's similarities. Tootsie Roll was the moon all along. It's been doing good. I think seasonally it does generally pretty well after Halloween. Does Gamma Max usually stagnate like this before moving up into with the run? Yeah, usually it kind of dips a little into a run, actually. As people buy nearer and nearer the money calls, that pulls Gamma Max down. So if people are buying a lot of people are buying lower price calls right now, like like they're buying 20s and 25s, which is below gamma max. That pulls the gamma max down. They start buying calls above 30, like 35, 40, 50. That's gonna pull gamma max up. Are there other ways to own free calls besides diagonal bear spreads? Synthetic longs? They're not diagonal bear spreads. Well, not really. What are some lesser known OPEX runners that you track, if I might ask? I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to talk about them because I don't want to talk about them into the future. If you DM me, I could send you a few. But they're not none of them are very worth playing. They have other issues usually. I mean, there's ones that are really obvious that people seem to like ignore, like Nvidia and AMD and Tesla. I have one day trade I can use today. Saved a little cash for 0 or 1 DT spy calls. If an opportunity arose, do you see an opportunity coming? For what? 1 DT spy calls? I mean, today could be one if we ever get any fucking momentum, but it doesn't look like we're going to right now. Put your eyeball in for solid IV plays on GME. Also, tell me I can turn my 10K and Upstart into 200K on OPEX. Because that's why I told my wife to justify my degeneracy. I mean, I don't know. I hope so. That'd be fucking awesome. If you're turning 10K into 200K, I'm gonna make a shitload of money. I'd be very excited for that to happen. For GME IV, I mean, Jan like out of the money is Jan 24s out of the money aren't too bad because the IV is like a little bit lower. But they have pretty high Vega. Yeah, I actually like these. The 127.50s for Jan 24. Those aren't terrible. They're kind of expensive. I bought a ton of Carvana November 25 contracts. 13 contracts for $5 each. Is that smart? Seems not long enough. Can't hear the live audio from the Discord. Is the Discord live audio working? If anyone's like in both, you let me know. Fucking. I bought a ton of. You heard them, boys. 510s are back on the menu. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, who's buying Jan 24 510s on Upstart? It should just be me. I should be the only one who owns that shitty contract. Hmm. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. All right. No, I got a fucking giant bowl of Lucky Charms and some English muffins. A Mystic Ko-Fi? Okay, Chaku. I don't know what the fuck any of that means, but cool. Thanks, man. I don't know what's funnier, the way you spelled diarrhea or the fact that you're 100% correct. English and Irish together? Shill. No, just like Northern Ireland. I love that you were persuaded by someone in chat to eat Lucky Charms. There's like a Lucky Charms stream card I haven't used yet. Gert's just sitting there with the camera off, sipping his coffee and laughing at the chat. Sometimes I do that. Not often, but I've done it on occasion. I do it in the mornings because like the chat's right there while I'm like writing the DD and everything. NW. Oh no. Shame. Shame on you. You paper-handed fucking bitch. We can't shame him if he's not a pigeon whale, right? I mean, yes, if we're not a pigeon whale, of course you can. Now he's your peer. You got me hungry for lunch, so I leveraged 4K in those Jan 24 127.50s. I was up 25 bucks and took that shit off the table. The market provides, eh, boys? I'm over here trying to become a billionaire and you're trading for lunch money? We're not the same. And now after the Ko-Fi, you can only get a $22 lunch. Did you factor that in? What's a group of pigeon whales called? A flock. It's like a pod and a flock combined. A plankton. A flock. Nice, Gordon Ramsay. Uh, SPX still just doing nothing. Maybe it breaks up. Avenue 5? Huh. What's that on? I'll check it out. Is that a British show? You like those uptrend on SPX? I like that it picked up like a tiny bit of momentum. And I want to buy some 3920s. But I feel like I've missed it. Is that it? Did I fill? Yes. GME IV going parabolic. OPEX incoming. It's definitely going up a lot. So is upstarts. Mm. What's your call is in the money? Every dollar increase, price equals 100 times IV. Mm. The deeper in the money you get, the more your Vega falls off. If your IV multiplier drops, the further you fall into the money. That's another reason that you use far out of the money calls to capture big extended moves and implied volatility. Did you cause another 510 gang? No? I mean, not on Jan 23s. Why is the assumption that if IV is going up, VUPs are incoming? Well, the market maker's pricing in higher risk, right? Here to take a look at TQQQ. Is it possible that people are building longer term positions? Yes. A lot of December positions. You want to know something exciting? Um, if the market breaks up above the gamma flip point, it's gonna fucking rocket. Any idea on this? IBKR convert euro to dollar and then let you wait a day to settle before you can use it? It's their exchange? What the fuck? No? I mean, I don't really convert my money into euros very often. So you're saying there's T+1 settlement? Like Forex? Where's the gamma flip? That's a good question. $39.32. Can't believe nobody commented on my pumpkin napkin. You use napkins? Are you my grandma? Of course I use napkins. What do you use? Your shirt? No, do you have themed napkins? It seems very unlike you. I was at the store and those were the only napkins they had. Beach towels. Do you feel more comfortable holding Fubo at 310 than Bobby at 450 prior to the squeeze to 30? From a company standpoint, Fubo greater than Bobby? Yes. The napkin was bussin' fan on God. I love that sentence. I have a squirt bottle. I just spray the debris off my face. It's much more sanitary and effective. Like a facial bidet? I respect that. I don't want to respect it, but I do. I have a terminal illness that perpetuates itself. I have too many Upstart calls to count, and I cannot stop buying them. Well, either Upstart's gonna run, and it's really gonna pay off for you, or you're gonna be really broke in a few days. Do you Do you expect Upstart to drift down through Friday, or will we regain ground tomorrow? We may get some ground back tomorrow. It's possible. Back up above 20. Well, I could see that happening. We're kind of starting to move up into the latter half of today anyway. Upstart also has a lot of FTDs right now, if I remember correctly. Like FTDs, but there's a lot of them. Clearing those FTDs, don't forget. So you remember those like big blocks of FTDs? Like 1.5, 1.6 million. Clearing those returns shares, right? Like that makes shares available to be lent again. Where did my Epic Pen go? Hold on. What the fuck has happened? What the shit? Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I found it. I love that a year later you're still flaming your Epic Pen. It's a piece of shit. Fucking Windmill Willie went and got me like a free premium code. Um, and their software still sucks. Greg, just to let you know, this is the best stock channel education ever. Keep up the good work, sir. Thanks, BP Bonsai. I appreciate it, man. Okay, out of SLD puts, ready to rip. Did you did you not like the bottom? I mean, I'm not ready for us to rip. But if we do rip, we might rip kind of hard. Where's that level? Hold on. I need to mark the gamma flip point. It's like somewhere here. That's good enough. Is that what the volume spikes on Upstart and After Hours was? Clearing FTDs? Bing. Don't forget about that 3920 call. What 3920 call? What? Where? Oh. Yeah, I have some 39.20s. Sorry, there's too much green everywhere. So I can't identify my positions anymore. Oh, I'm not going to be setting any stops. They're never going to get my lucky calls. Are you really done setting up your GME OPEX position? No, but I kind of don't want to buy any because they're too expensive. Like, I want exposure. I have exposure, right? I have a shitload of shares, but I want options exposure. It's just pricey. So I go with plan B, which is YOLO weeklies once I confirm a run. I haven't done that in a long time. You know what won't be expensive? Theta on November 25th calls come Monday. We get that sweet, sweet discounted rate from the holiday. Oh, I know. Which reminds me, I have some November 25s I need to sell before the end of the day. Upstart hit $30. The sum might then be the first billionaire streamers club, like combined net worth. I can see that. There's a few people with positions like close to the size of mine already. I think there might be some people with even more fucking call exposure than I have. Silly gherkin rips are for kids. Thanks, Nesquik. Bullishness on Upstart is getting me worried. Well, let's hope it's enough bullishness that it's not a concern. My crypto miners are being used to heat my house. $16,000 space heaters. That sounds unpleasant. I wouldn't want to live in the same house with a large number of like ASIC machines. That sounds terrible. Do you even know how many calls you have? For Upstart? I think I have like 1,600 and something. How many do I have on this account? Ooh, I didn't add these. 250, 60, 90, 320, 370. 2,000. If Upstart hits 50 this OPEX, the pickle jar could just gamma squeeze GME ourselves. My volatility positions on Upstart are steadily increasing. Thank you, Girk. I bought after earnings thanks to you. Now I just need OPEX to bring it home. Congratulations, man. I'm not full port into Upstart. I paid for most of my calls on Upstart with like CSPs. I actually only have like 30 uh, 30 grand outside of that I put in on top of the CSP credit. I'm so excited for this weekend. My wife and I are going to a swingers party, but I'm nervous about the rules. Like, do I just put it in the other girl's ass without asking, or while I'm releasing my sweet white nectar, can I say I love you to them? What if I cry from the joy? No, you definitely have to ask first. Get permission, consent, permission, agree upon it. If you cry, that's on you. When you sell your Upstart calls at the peak, I guess you'll use some market orders, or oh, you son of a bitch. Have you never owned a stock before, Bruce? Thanks, Baradactyl. I'll take that as a compliment. Another SPX options positioning update. It's about time, right? People keep buying puts I don't like, but the 39.40 strike has picked up some interest, as has the 39.25 and 39.35. So a little bit of call volume building, but that's 40 minutes ago. Hold on. Let me see if there's now another update for the current time. No. I think we have to wait like a minute. Well, I don't know if kissing is off limits. He's not going to a cat house. Isn't everyone showing up to the party basically consent? No. No. Okay, now I have the new update. Okay, so kind of the same. Little better at 39.40. There's some call interest to the upside. So we could see a move up, or a continuation of this move at least. I would almost like to see us pull back a little so more positioning could build up at 39. Like 39.25 is kind of priced out right now. No, XSP sucks. Yeah, the illiquidity is a huge problem. The spreads are awful. If you're gonna play it, you have to like. Usually, the best way to play XSP is to like swing it on liquid strikes. But for like day trading, it's atrocious. I don't have any Upstart November 25 calls yet. I wouldn't buy them today because they're gonna lose a shitload of theta over the weekend because of the holiday. And the half day. Seeing some 1DT puts closing at 4,200 and 3,950. There's a bit of put closure. I think that's part of what's increasing gamma on the upside is in the money puts are closing. The rising price is pushing them out of their positions. There's going to be a handful of people that will wake up with regret and psychological issues. The event will haunt them for years and potentially ruin their lives. So just wear a mask. Wait, are you talking about OPEX or sex parties? Are your upstart calls green for the most part? Yeah, the ones I bought after earnings are way up. But yeah, for the most part, I think I only have so my December $25 calls are down, and my December 2750 calls are down. Well, now they're not. They were for a second. Um, they're kind of like right on the edge. Will all the layoff from tech the past week be bullish or jobless claims? Fed wants higher unemployment, right? Yeah, it will be. What is the market schedule for next week? Markets open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, close Thursday, open till 1 p.m. on Friday. Is capitulation your second favorite word after seeping? I don't really like the word seeping. I much prefer moist. Agreed. I always wear a mask while trading. Smart. Excitement on Monday, anxiety on Tuesday, despair on Wednesday, eating our sadness away on Thursday, then regret on Friday. Yeah, that sounds about right. Dana Fontes, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Also, a great picture of Dave. You have a November 25 $20 call. You selling that before the weekend? Wait, where? Oh shit, I forgot about those. Yeah, probably. I bought that for tomorrow. What kind of opinion do you want about the options expiration tomorrow? Goblin rifle. My options position on Upstart is glistening. That's correct. Never lucky. Upstart calls same like bonds in a 60-40 portfolio. Oh, silly. Possible we run tomorrow for OPEX. We may start running tomorrow. Yeah. Maybe we run today. Pressure's on. Let's go. If SLD's over and the market starts bumping, oh, it's bumping right to the gamma flip point. Look at it go. Look at it go. Flip that gamma. Flip it, you saucy little bitch. Ah, oh, what a great call entry. Stock God. How many days can I do this in a row? How many days can I 100% contracts on the SPX? 100% in my puts this morning. I'm going to 100% my calls this afternoon. No, give it back. Keep going. Every motherfucking day? It seems unfair. Like, my path to Elon wealth is, like, especially given how quickly he's losing money, is we're just gonna drive right past each other. Like strangers in the night. Oh, don't think that that big ass fucking bump on SPX isn't gonna do something to Upstart and GME. It is. They did not see that one coming. Strangers in the night at a swingers party. Exactly. Chart draws a single green line. Chat explodes. What a world we live in, and a time to be alive. I think I'll go make some green now. BRB. How the fuck do I start doing what you're doing? You know, some days I don't even understand how I'm so good at this shit. And I'm like, I really shouldn't do this for free. I should be paid to do this. But I am getting paid. Sort of. I get paid in likes. Well, that I'm making less than minimum wage right now. All hail the stock god. Thank you, Dwayne the Long Johnson. Am I just gonna sell my calls at 39.40 and be like, that's it? It has so much more room to go, though. There's nothing to stop it now. And there's negative $6 billion per 1% move. Oh, the market maker's got to do so much buying. That's... For every dollar, that's $200 million. You get paid in free super chats, Dad. Thanks, Yaga. Sell half now, trailing stops on the other half. Ooh, okay. Thanks for the financial advice, Dork. I don't know how I do it without you. Oh, WeBull doesn't have trailing stops on options. Lame. Whatever. I'll just wait for 39.50, right? Sell half now, sell the other half at 39.50. You will 100% a day on SPX. Well, those that are shadowing you are down 100% a day on SPX. How? I don't understand how that's possible. Like, I get, like, not having the exact same percentage gain, but... I don't think you can cover call your way out of the Revlon hole. It's position close only on options. I don't know if you ever tried SLD, but you're like the only person I've ever met with a I've done LSD outlook on life that's likely never done it. Truly incredible watching this channel. Oh, I've done it. It just didn't do anything. I was in college. I did stuff. Not some chill. Thanks, Carl. What happened? Did those Russian missiles unfire themselves? Sure. I think it's because they buy after you. Like, once it has run a bit and sell behind you just enough where it makes no money. That might be true. I mean, the stream delay is only like 3 or 4 seconds. Taking ETF name suggestions: PJAR, Pickle, Degen, XBBY, VWasp, and White. Those are all pretty good, actually. No, you're not even alive yet. Go back up. Okay, let's play the stop game. Nah, CC's on my other positions to get the cash back. Oh, okay. I mean, Rev's not long gone. It can still get bought out, or, they can complete their debt renegotiations. The company makes pretty good revenues. They just got kind of killed in a supply crunch. It was a very unfortunate series of events that led to their demise. If the upstart goes to 200 on this OPEX, you and the quants are going on a vision quest in the mountains of Peru. I'm not. I don't want to go in deep into the jungle and puke. Is it possible for me to use makeup to create the illusion that my pickle is bigger? Kind of like girls use it to make their nose look smaller. I've been hanging weights on it all week, no change so far. Even tried meth, but it's not growing. Maybe if you, like, shadow the base or something, create more of like a perception of depth. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Just get in touch with like a porn cameraman. See what tricks they use. Try to film from under the balls, looking up, right? Because then it's like it looks much bigger than it actually is. You can take another trick from porn too, and only sleep with girls that are 4'10" anorexic. What have I stumbled into? The stock market. Welcome aboard. Make sure to put Rain-X on your camera lens. Use the makeup to draw abs on it. Exactly how hard are we gonna rip? Is this... Are you not fucking entertained? Fuck, too tight. They got me, Gurk. Avenge me. I will. Or I'll try. I'll either avenge you or sell my calls for less. Who had SPX up 40 BPS in 1 minute on their MOASS bingo card? Welcome back, brother Dan. They got me too. You're our only hope. Oh man, I don't like how it's looking. I think they're gonna get me. Oh, so close. Do I want to make less money? All right, this is my line in the sand. What is SPXW? Weekly options on the SPX. All right, this is petering out, so I'm gonna start putting my stop closer. Ah, still a good fill. Now, do I wait for consolidation and then play 39.50s? Ooh. This will drag out for a bit, I think. Nice trade, bro. Yeah, I think I mean, I ended up closing that last one at like 23.64, so that's pretty solid. I bought them for $10. MM still has to buy a bunch, no? Yeah. That doesn't mean it's not going to consolidate or they're going to try to avoid buying more. Give it a minute. Let it cool off. Opportunities are not done. That was exciting. People are going to get real fucking bullish. Ooh, my GME calls. They're up 2%. Yeah, Upstart really needs to get back above 20 today. I'm going to have some seriously way more shares than I want to own. I mean, I think they're internalizing, but market pressure also stabilized, right? Probably a little bit of both, maybe shorting and internalizing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Patience. I really don't want those 3940s going in the money. There's not even that many of them. How many are on the 0DTE chain? I think 124 tomorrow. Oh, there's quite a lot. Okay. Oof. Man, they really don't want those to go in the money. Someone does. The MMs don't. Please remove the chat time limit for pigeon whales on all Discord channels. I can't do that. It's either everyone or no one. They don't give me the option to like choose who gets less timeouts. Suspicious amount of 2 SPX 3950Cs all filled at the same time. That's crazy. When you say $10, you mean a 1K total trade. Well, $10 is the price of the options contract times 100. $1.7 million shares available for IBKR Upstart. Okay. Tuning in. Thoughts on Upstart. Looks awesome. It's probably just a function of SLD. And also FTD covering. There's a lot of FTDs due on Upstart, like, over the next few days. Almost every day there's a lot. 1 million shares is nothing. Not if it starts to run. No! My tippy top. Ugh, fine. It's gonna hold. Gotta hold that flip point. I don't like this. Ooh, like a little tiny descending wedge. Oh god, another descending wedge. Emergency Dorito. What brokers can you set a trailing stop on lot options? I think IBKR has it. Fidelity? Well, sort of. TDA, I don't know. They probably do. E-Trade does? Okay. Fidelity with their trailing stop is garbage. Most of Fidelity stops are garbage. Just watch that 39.40 level, because, yeah. I thought to type pickle for president and then Googled for fun before I did. He's the mascot of Portland's Pickles. And I guess he already ran in 2020. Well, looks like you have competition. Shit. That's on Wheeling F. Ugh. I'm not overly fond of it. The IV is not very high. They got me on the 39.20s, but at 130% gain. Can you avenge me? Am I the only one with settled cash left? What are you going to do for the rest of the day when this is over? How dare you insult Fidelity? I buy all my GME on there on the IEX exchange because Superstock told me to. Good for you, man. I'm gonna gather more GFVs. Oh, jeez. I should really switch this to cats at margin. Is there an epic mullet hiding under that cap? No, I don't have a mullet. I wish. Maybe I'll get one. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna get a haircut. Probably today. I made an appointment. That doesn't mean I'll show up to it, but I made one. I buy all my stocks through an individual broker who just like hangs out around the neighborhood. I'm not sure if he's legit though, because I've never had any gains. You don't have a marginable stock in this account though. Not yet, right? And this thing cannot fucking decide. Alright, so we got critical gamma here to the downside. And then we've got breakout here to the upside. I found that when I feel sick to my stomach about my SPX position, that's a leading indicator of a bounce. Huh. Is that just because that's the point at which you're the most underwater? Um, I mean, they're fine to hold overnight tonight. It's tomorrow that you don't want to hold them into the weekend. Thanks, Jimbo. What's orange? We got margin when all I held was GME and Rev. IBKR gives margin on GME, I think. Fubo maybe too? Ugh. Yeah, see, I'm thinking I'm thinking it drops. I don't know why are you watching that live? Um I'm thinking it drops so we don't lose too much in price. Right, Dork? So like if it continues to grind down and then we can get like some normalcy, then I think we can push back up. Yeah, I think the fact that we haven't dropped much price wise is very good. We're staying above that gamma flip point. I mean, they're trying for it though. Nancy's quitting? I have no idea. I mean, Jimmy was just selling gift cards for FTX. Yeah, that looks good. So the holiday Jimmy goes 10% above Gamma Max, and then we usually have a T plus 2 Gamma Max touch usually. How will that work? Would the second touch of GM be the Monday after Thanksgiving? No. The second test of GM would be on like Tuesday if we cross GM tomorrow. It'd be like last November. So last November, for the OPEX run, we peaked on Friday, right? We went through Gamma Max on Friday, then we slumped into Monday afternoon, then we peaked into Tuesday morning. On T2. And then it was just straight fucking down. It's $6 billion per 1% move. So per every 100 basis point upside move, it's $6 billion that they have to hedge. Well, in this instance, buyback. But yeah, M had a nice run. Is the day's high out of the way? Maybe. Yeah, I really like this consolidation. I think we start turning around now. Good entry here. Great entry, yeah. Yeah, I was talking about for SPX. Just like the technical setup is really good. November 22, same like November 2021, and GME at $63. Oh, oh no. No, no, no. Sweet summer child, it is not. The bitter cold of Freg's Day has clearly never touched your skin. He hasn't lived in the winter. I'm so tired of pretending to listen to work calls while I just watch my positions. Let's rip already so I can quit. Jimmy slumped Monday morning. So it ripped up Friday, then it dropped into Monday morning, then it ripped up into the end of the day Monday. That carried out through Tuesday, where we saw the high. And then immediately upon testing that high, everything fucking collapsed and we dropped like a rock. I can confirm I was there. Yeah. I get nauseous thinking about how much money I lost on Freg's Day. It was a shitty day. I think what made it worse is that we were up so much, right? Like everybody was up like 20x on everything, right? And then all of a sudden, everyone was down 50%. Any concern that they could do a Freg's Day to Upstart? Oh yeah, yeah. That should be a concern. If only we knew then what we know now. It was the day Freg left us. Freg was my best friend on Discord and my soulmate. Still is, but he was then too. That's true. When did we last see Freg? Before March OPEX. Freg isn't real. You shut your fucking face, alright? Maybe he never did. Maybe he was simply reborn in SPX 0 DTEs. You know, Dork, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the direction that this trend has taken. The bullish breakout was very short-lived. Time to four-pull YOLO into average down? Maybe. I mean, I'll buy another one. But we're gonna fall back through the gamma flip point, and then I'm gonna be sad. Or we fall back through the gamma flip point and bounce, accelerated to the upside. Mad Lad? I mean, it's just like, what, 2 grand? It's not a big deal. I already made so much fucking money today. I'm willing to do some degenerate shit with it into the end of the day. Keep myself entertained. Freg sold, probably. I can't burn all the profits. They haven't settled yet. Do you hedge every position you take? No. I hedge my portfolio value. This is another reason cash accounts are great, because after you've made a bunch of money, you can't play with it the same day. So all your exuberance from making a bunch of money is just, you can't do anything, so you just have to wait. Margin, you can YOLO right back in. It leads to some terrible decisions sometimes. Have a margin account. Can confirm. Man, that was such a fucking intense move up. And we didn't fall through the gamma flip point. It's pretty fucking bullish. You draw a fresh set of lines with SPX to break out of. I already did. So I moved this is the gamma flip, like right here. I just moved the line up to represent the 39.35. Oops. Bull run? No. Bull trap? No. Bear trap? Maybe. We'll see. Or just short and cover, right? SLD over? Maybe. Could be. Just saw Dole on Wall Street Bets getting some traction. Oh, interesting. Great. That's what I want them to do to my long-term buy and hold. Come in and pump and dump it. Ooh, maybe I'll get another entry at 750. You know what? It could be a good thing. That was not MOASS. Although, admittedly, over the last few weeks on SPX, I've made almost as much money as I did in Jan 2021 off GME. Percentage of portfolio, not as good, but notionally. Nick James, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Thank you, Gary Gensler's twin. Oh man, I'm back to liking the SPX, right? That short seemed a little desperate right there on the breakout. Let's just hope it didn't kill momentum too much. Isn't the market maker incentivized to create as much whip as possible to shake as many contracts as possible in order to collect premiums? Doesn't this conflict in its mission to smooth volatility? Well, they're not going to spike volatility on SPX, right? Because even with these moves, like SPX volatility is very stable because the size of the market is enormous, right? Also, market makers on SPX are not so concerned with smoothing volatility. I don't even know if there's a mechanism for them to smooth volatility on SPX. They're just concerned about staying neutral and buying and selling premium. Remember, it's not a stock, right? There's no underlying. And the options are European. How can I last longer this weekend? I'm good for 10 to 15 minutes. If someone starts kissing my chili ring, then I'm gonna bust fast. Why don't you just clench your butt cheeks? Man, it's so cute how nervous Kendra is about his first swingers party. At least you'll be there with someone. If you're an American when you go into the bathroom, an American when you come out, what are you when you were in the bathroom? European? Did I get it right? Tell me. But you gotta tell me if I got it right though. I snagged 1K more Upstart shares and a couple 20 Caesar next week. Let's go, boys. Nice. That is correct, McConnerberry. Also, different Black Scholes calculation. Why are you timing him out? That's just crass, Geronimo. 1216, 3750s or 40s. Both seem a bit elevated, but the delta on the 3750s is slightly higher. None of them are elevated. That's the funny thing about Upstart options, is they're still kind of cheap as fuck. They were just cheaper when I bought them. This is all I have. Don't take it from me. Don't worry, Carl. Wait, I thought you got your tea back, or like a little bit. I know you had an erection that one day. Pro tip, don't show up to the swingers party in a worn out tidy whities. Yeah, neon green banana hammocks, because they draw attention, and that's what you want. Especially if you get like a custom, like a tailored one. That's even better. You need a stretchy material though, like spandex or lycra. My smooth brain hurt. I'm not banning you, Kendra. Not today. One of my friends started TRT a few months ago. Oh. Stretchy material seem like long sock? No. Nothing holding. No. It's like a custom. It's you got to get it made. I mean, you can get just like a store-bought banana hammock, but then you're just gonna have like a triangular piece of fabric. Whereas, you know, a custom-made one's gonna be much more form-fitting. If you catch my drift. Yeah, bespoke. Oh, shit. I'm making money again.
I could be green, I could be red, I could be fine.
Ah, why did I check your chart? God damn it. That seems extremely bullish. No. Yeah, I gotta play the song again. Bad form. I wish when I did that and like accidentally cut the music off, there was like a record winding down soundbite that played. Wow. Yeah, that'd be cool. Huh. Tell me how you like it. Just a service announcement. Everyone watching, please like the stream. And call your broker to ask for lower trading fees. I just got TDA down from 0.65 to 0.5 with 0 pushback. Fucking A, man. Nice. Hashtag not a cult. Killer show, man. Thank you, Theta Force One. I appreciate it, dude. Don't you fuck me. Go right back above that. You gonna fail again? I gotta cut the calls. I can't keep him through another one. Lame. It's gonna bounce now too. I'm gonna be super pissed. Motherfucker. Oh wait, I have more. Oh, but those aren't for today. Yeah, but if it drops back to the EMA 30 there, my fucking calls are destroyed, right? At least this way, all I lost was the contract. You can't win them all. Oh, you fucking bitch. There's nothing worse than being right and then not having anything on it. What's the gamma flip point on GME? Where is it now? I think we're above it. Or we've been above it for a little bit of time. It should be on the daily. One sec. 2619, but it's super skewed. So it's not actually flipping, right? Would you say this is a good indicator that SLD is over? Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Can we fill the gap on SPY to 36 today? 396? Maybe. It's possible. Is Upstart going to show this move much? We'll see. It's putting a little pressure on it. SLD over. Time to start covering. Time to start repositioning. If SLD is over, it's over very early, which is bullish as fuck. I'm already repositioned. Repositioning, not same like just buying more of the thing you were buying already. Fubo being a little limp biscuit. No, it's not. It's coming back up. I would serve beef tacos and sour cream based mushroom sauce. So like a stroganoff taco at a swingers party to complement the natural smells from the guests. I have 3950s, but they're for next week, so I'm not gonna trade them, right? Learned a lot from you, Gurk. Made stable money these last 2 weeks, and my trade confidence is growing. Thanks for all the pickles. You got it, Fluffy. Congratulations, man. Fluffy Cloud. I shouldn't say Fluffy. We have one of those already. JFresh coming in with the experience. Gurk, is it still called Eskimo Brothers if we stuff all holes on a lady, or is it like conjoined bros? It's only gay if you fuck each other, so don't worry about it. Where is Walken? Still bearish? You know, I think Walken just buys his positions with a blindfold on. He doesn't even know if he's buying puts or calls, because if he doesn't know, then the Composite Man can't know. Like, he has an assistant and he just yells strikes at them. High five. F? The Composite Man is taking down the stream. You guys are trained for this. You know what to do. I hope people heard the funny thing I said. Awesome, Jason Bowers. Everyone on the Discord heard it. What's a swingers party? A bunch of swing traders hanging out? Yes. There's trading, and there are usually some swings. Don't forget the swabs. You know, the best tacos I ever had in my life were at a sex party that I ended up at, but didn't know it was one when I got there. It was in Dana Point, some dude's mansion. And it was a full blown sex party. But the taco guy was phenomenal. Easily the best al pastor I've ever had in my life. No, I'm talking about actual tacos. I knew I recognized you. I think they were trying to go for an eyes wide shut thing, but like in the real world. So it wasn't really working out. Who's this composite man? I want to see him. I'll write him a strongly worded email and tell him he's not welcome here anymore. That will show him. If he doesn't stop, I'm fucking his wife. Oh, the composite man fucks your wife, BMG. Not the other way around. Man, it'd be really cool if I had a bunch of calls right now. Zero DTE calls, especially. Fucking stupid bitch market. No, I didn't sleep with anyone there. It was gross. What made you leave Cali? Mostly the people. Also, I didn't like waking up at 4 a.m. to trade stocks. It was terrible. Dear God, SPX headed back to 4,000. Yeah, probably. Sounds like you would have slept with that taco man. I would have hired him to make me tacos every day. I made enough on my November 20C Upstart calls to pay for next month's membership. Let's fucking go. Nice, man. Are you going back to Cali? No, the taxes are ridiculous. Composite Man, stock market cryptid. Geez, Gurk puts a stream card up for me. Kind of like the bat signal. I get here and everyone's being hateful. Rude. I said nice things about you. It's just a Composite Man bobblehead. I move him next to the mouse, close my eyes, and yell boofhole. Ever had Colombian sancocho? I don't know. I had a no. I don't think so. I had a Colombian girlfriend. Is that food, or is it something dirty? You're Kendra, so I don't trust you. Cali, Cali's a good place to go to die. The only people that are ambitious are, in LA. And they're like the lowest level of ambitious people, right? They like want to be actors and famous because they think that's how you get rich. Everyone else has just made enough money that they don't have to do anything anymore. Or they're poor. So like California slow, like especially well Southern California. I'll say Southern California. It slowly bleeds you into this lifestyle of complacency where you don't care about anything anymore except yourself and your impression on other people. Maybe it's the sun. Maybe it just cooks their neurons. I don't know. But I couldn't live there anymore. I hella disagree. Are you saying that from like a NorCal perspective? San Diego is just like one big drunken Marine barracks. Lots changed since you were last in San Diego. The last time I was in San Diego was like a year and a half ago. What changed? Some sailors too, but yes. Every like all of California is one big fucking traffic jam. You spend all of your life in your car trying to be somewhere. Not Reading. Well, yeah, because who the fuck goes there? Hey, leave us alone, Gurk. I know I care about someone, and that's you. I love my YouTube friend. Thanks, AVTV. California can't take anymore. It's already so dry. No, it rained once, so they think it's okay now. Bakersfield is not a fucking hidden gem, alright? Who the fuck are you? I'm stuck in traffic going to Napa right now. Here's the problem, Aaron A. SoCal doesn't hold any of the water. So if it rains and storms and is humid in SoCal, all that rain just goes on the dirt and then it evaporates and it goes to somewhere where they have water. $12.69 VUPs? Sinus VUPs? Both? Maybe both. Even though you got stopped out of your 3950s, are you still seeing bullish stuff on SPX? Yeah. I'm still in 3950s, but they're November 25th expiration, so I'm not going to sell them today. Those are for like a test of 4,000. You know what, pal? You're starting to wrestle my jimmies. Just go get some ramen. You'll be alright. Is the MM spiking IV on Upstart to make up for the call put skew? Yes. Parody, but yeah. What I learned in SoCal, stay off any highway or interstate with a 5 in it. That's all of them except the toll roads. When Pickle Financial goes bust, will all the transcripts be made public in bankruptcy proceedings? I mean, so far this year, Pickle Financial has beat every single fucking hedge fund, bank, and family office. Pickle Financial is fucking killing it in a bear market. Sounds like something a bankrupt company would claim. True. I think it's a good time for me to stop trading today. I got my OPEX position, waiting to withdraw some funds. GG. For sure, Idaho. Yeah. So we're just about 500, 0 DTE, 3950s. Bullish? Could be. I wonder who that was. Well, given that J-Roll's somehow been wrong on every one of his predictions, I don't see how. Pickle Financial's liquidity has never looked better. Here at Pickle Financial, we're bullish on volatility. Bear markets are just full of them. They're full of the volatilities. Can you open a hedge fund so I can start making money too, please? I'll think about it. PTSD's nuts. Can Pickle Financial collectively buy Revlon? I thought we tried. I hope we're right about this OPEX, because that's the real indicator. Me too, man. I'd like one to print this fucking year. Well, after March. This half of the year. Like real good. Not like 20% and then watching it burn away on the T+2. Yeah, there's accreditation requirements. I just regarded options for just long enough to actually start digesting what you were saying. And then watching what you said long enough to trust your experience. Mahalo, you the centaur for real. I'm not a centaur, but thank you, Surface Smurf. Give someone a trade. They'll be rich for a day. Show someone how to trade, and he will be broke for life. Hey Greg, I'm tired of not being able to trade unsettled funds. So much profit on the sidelines. Thinking about activating margin with debt protection. I think it's worth it. That's one of the most greedy sentences I've ever read.
I mean, if you're trading really, really actively, then it's essential. But you need to understand your risk there. What's your biggest percent return on an options play, and what was it? Oh, GME. I'm trying to remember the. They were like GME April 16 calls for 2021. They were like 100 and it was like 100 something X, 137 at one point. I don't know how you can stare down the camera and lie to all of us like this day after day. I thought we built something special here. We all learned and made money, but he can't admit he's a centaur. I'm not a centaur. I'm a human. I'm a human boy. You've seen my legs, trash. I sold a lot. So I had a pretty decent like size options position on GME in 2021. Like not huge, but I put like 10 grand into it, which was a lot of options when I was buying them back in November. Um I sold a lot of them very early in the run. Like far earlier than I should have. But I mean the price increase was already so absurd, right? So I think like it was like the third big day when we tested like 120. I dumped like half my position, more than half of my position, a little bit more than half. And then I sold the rest out through the peaks. But I made a lot more. I actually made a lot more money when I bought back in because I put a lot more money back into GME before the Feb run. Like I started buying in, but I didn't really like it. I knew there'd be like some kind of dead cat bounce. I just didn't know how much there would be. Um, and then when like DFE doubled down, I just went deep. No, I didn't make more than DFE, not at all. The next stream card be that scene from the Leprechaun where he's digging through the fat guy's stomach for gold. Except swap the Leprechaun's face for yours and Fat Boy's a Kenny's. Caption says you'll never get my lucky calls. I already have a stream card that says that I'm gonna use. But today they did get my lucky calls. They got them right before it moved up $10, and I'm still a little pissy about it. Do you think that GFE is still in GME? Yeah, I wouldn't. I can't see a reason for him to sell his position. I mean, he's massively up on it, right? And then also implied volatility on GME's ridiculous, right? He can make like 50 to 200 grand a week selling covered calls, like way the fuck out of the money. Just because you agree on me being a centaur doesn't make me one. So what's SPX price action for the rest of the day look like? Grinding up against 39.50 or maybe more ups? Well, we have more potential now. I don't know how much more momentum we're going to get to the upside, but I'd say we could fill the gap. That puts us at about 39.60. I don't know if we're going to see a lot of upside beyond that. We'd really need to get a lot more volume, I think. Actually, 39.70 and 75 are starting to look pretty good. 4,000 still very strong. Still a lot of interest at 4,100. You think that carries into tomorrow? I mean, with the options expiration, yeah, it could. I can see it now. It's February 2024. Jimmy finally moassed. Gherkin's on C-SPAN, explaining the pickle stream to Congress. When asked why he's showing calves in a replay, he says, "Proving I'm not a centaur." Yeah, I've thought about the implications of DFE being a mini market maker. Maybe he just pulls all his calls back before every OPEX. Did I miss MOASS? On SPX? Go away, Gaff. We're making money today. Gaff, how bullish are you on Upstart? Scale of 1 to 6. Also, did you eat kava today? Gaff's always more bullish when he eats kava. Gurk, how come the $5 to $8 SPY drops, UVXY and ASAT and SH inverse securities barely move up? Only SPY puts pick up gains. Because there's not a big increase in volatility. Low volume moves don't spike volatility very much. So the lower liquidity is helping keep volatility down. Is there a good website to learn and checking about options data? I mean, there's a lot of resources to learn about options data. For getting the data, you can get it from CBOE. You can create an account and get it. Help me, Gork. I'm too smug. How smug are you? Also on a scale of 1 to 6. 1 to 69. So we're between Sun God and Dank Seed. That doesn't help me at all. That's the whole range. So all the walk-in haters, I made so much dang money on SPX today, it actually prompted me to pay Gurk to say this. Get fucked, nerds. I would have been more impressed if it was more than $3. Stop blowing your gains on Ko-Fis. Six? Jesus. Mavunky, dude, thank you so much, man. 69.69. I'm not gonna lie, I really like Upstart right now. It's exciting. It's exciting to see all of the things happening. Oh, Top Loaf. I thank you so much. Kava's an overpriced Greek version of Chipotle. Fight me. I'm not going to contest that at all. I fully agree. I have a kind of embarrassing question. How do you interpret the net skew adjusted gamma for all expirations by strike chart from the daily DD? They're just levels where gamma is hedged stronger, either positively or negatively. And they're affected by which side of the flip point the market maker is on, whether they're net negative or net positive gamma. I'm really liking you too right now, Pickle Man. Thanks, Upstart. Did the Upstart CFO ever get back to you guys? Why is he trying to Ryan Cohen us? You mentioned Q1 plus 2 next year being bearish for most companies after being propped up by Q4 inventory sale. Does this apply to GME as well? Yes. I bought a 392C at open for $1.28. Held the dip. Sold for $186 after the run. Current price is $3. Paper hands. It happens. Profits are profits. When you trade the SPX, you get stopped out of more profitable positions than you can possibly imagine. Don't feel bad about it. It's not worth dwelling on. Check DMs. What do you got? Nice. We start running PM for Jimmy Friday last Freg's Day. Did we start running pre-market for Jimmy on Friday last Freg's Day? I don't remember. I want to say, yeah, a little. Take a look. It was on my birthday. Not much, like a little bit. So we went up, like right before market open, we got like a spike. We moved from like 52 times 4 200 and price is already pretty high. 208 up to it's like 212. But not a lot. There was a little bit more volume in pre-market if I remember correctly. The move up Friday it didn't have a lot of volume. I remember that. It was like kind of we just kept going up. We like started going up and we just went up all day. It never stopped. There was like never a pullback. Just up and up and up and up. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter how bullish I am on Upstart. I can't touch it for reasons. Oh, that sucks. Fair enough. But rug pull wasn't until Tuesday, if I remember right. Yeah, it wasn't. Who broke Fubo? Just dropping internalization and shorting the drop in the market. all of these stocks are below their gamma flip point, right? So when they start prompting sell-offs, they sell off really, really hard. The market maker's backing the short, right? If you want the real test of illiquidity, it's how little it drops with the drop in the broader market. Not how much it goes up, but how little it drops. We just issued a sell alert for Upstart, so I'll be loading up. We? What's we? What's the gamma flip point on Upstart? I think it's around like $25. I mean, it's like realistically, it's where gamma neutral is, right? But that skews throughout the intraday because they're buying so many puts. Right now, the gamma flips at $20.76. But I think it's really closer to 25. Gamma flip, same like gamma neutral, but probably less accurate. Composite Man wants you to think he's selling Upstart. Is option strat very accurate for SPX? Seems to be too good to be true if it moves your direction. No, it's not. It's accurate. It's you make a lot of fucking money. I don't know enough about basketball. It's the point at which the market maker moves from net short calls and long puts to net short puts and long calls. I don't care about signals on price action, Stefan. EMAs are fine. One is not better than the other. Will you be able to get your Taylor Swift tickets, or did you get locked out by Ticketmaster too? Oh, I would never give money to Taylor Swift. Or Ticketmaster. I'm trying to calculate my potential profits on an upstart run using option strat. What do you think the IV can reach on a run? I don't know. It can move up like 40%. Conservatively. I mean, I wouldn't bump it much past that because then you're really stretching the potential. It also depends where out of the money you are because of your Vega exposure. So like if you're further up the IV smile, IV will increase more than like at the money, but at the money IV like 40%. So it's the free throw line at the second and down by 1. 2 second and down by 1. I suppose. It's more like a rebound, right? Doesn't keeping M for potential OPEX and positive earnings. A lot of the obligations on M might be being covered today already. Who has the most fire memes in all the pickle jar? Me. If this pickle jar gets called into court for some reason, they start bringing up Ko-Fis. Do you think they will ask what making white is and what chili ring tastes like? Also, is it gay to file your nails after cutting them if you're a dude? No? No, that's not gay. You don't want to get hangnails, I'd assume, right? I just get a manicure. I'm not gonna deal with that shit myself. The only problem with getting a manicure is they get them too thin. I don't like that. They overfile. You know what I mean? So you gotta really harass them a bit to not do that. You'd be like, hey, don't file my nail off. I hear that flock of Steagles guy is pretty cool. Would it make sense to, at your OPEX PT when you sell CCs, then put the capital into puts to capture the downside? You can. You need far dated ones though, because IV grinds down. So you gotta dodge the spike in IV, which is hard to do. Selling calls is infinitely better than buying puts at the top of GME runs. The strong positive gamma acts as a support and strong negative gamma acts as a resistance. What else can you read out of it? Based on price, volume, and level, price will be pulled towards concentrations of gamma. Because the hedge is naturally drifting towards the larger points of gamma. I don't want to say OI because it's not necessarily OI, right? It's like market maker drift. Not like Fast and the Furious. When they file your nails down to a point and you scratch your junk at night, you might draw blood. Whoa, that sounds painful. If your junk is itchy, you can always wash it. If you get DFV rich, will you stop streaming? No. If photo comes in during OPEX, does that change your plans to sell the run? What's up, Claw Range? What plans to sell the run? You don't think a 50% move up on IV for Upstart next week is possible? At the money? Sure, it's possible, but it's not very conservative. Maybe at the money IV jumps 300%. Who the fuck knows? But, I mean, if you base it on the historic IV, then the range is, roughly 30 to 40%. I assumed you were already DFV rich. No. Well, who knows? Maybe DFV lost 40% of his money this year. Maybe he sold all his GME and went full port spy. I doubt it too, but I mean, we don't know. I'm definitely not as rich as DFE was after June of last year. And given the velocity of money, may never be. Gherk, when can I come do a joint stream with you? Literally never. Even if you paid for Pontiff. Like, we can hang out, but we're not streaming it. I heard you went deep into FTX and Revlon, so you figure it out. If we went full port Rev, we would have short squeezed. DFV June of last about 55 million. If down 40% means you have 60% of his money, so you're about 30 million. I didn't say that. Gurgek's Kendra stream would be too hot for YouTube. You could do it on OnlyFans instead. That's true. Stopped out of my SPX calls for 120%. Port's up 70% on the week. Pure cash profits. It's not even OPEX yet. Fuck yes, bro. Nice, man. Congratulations. Do you have any thoughts on Jan, March meta puts in the $80 to $95 strike range? There's some big downside gaps. Sorry for spamming this question. I have a meeting starting soon. Oh, no worries. I didn't see it in the chat. My bad. Yeah, I mean, if you have enough theta, I don't think their earnings are going to get much better over the next few quarters. So I think they'll continue to get slammed pretty hard on earnings. They're still trading at a pretty ridiculous multiple, especially given what they're doing with all their money. Now I get why DFE told us he wasn't getting in on the Revlon or Bed Bath & Beyond plays. But is he in on Upstart? Seriously though, if someone gets Pontiff, you should take all the pigeon whales to dinner. We all have to pay for flights and hotels. I don't know. If that's what you want to do with your Pontiff. With position of his size, you think DFE continues to buy GME? Or does he have to be careful now not to reach 10% and become an insider? I don't think he's anywhere near 10%. Oh no, I'm not a member anymore. Oh no. Well, you can fix that. I feel like a higher high is important here on SPX. Yes. A higher high would be ideal. Or well, actually a lower high could be more bullish for the long term. For zero DTs, you want a higher high. 3950 is pretty fucking stacked. So, we'll probably have a hard time falling below that. 3960 and 55 and 60, 65 are kind of weak. That's kind of the problem, is there's a bit of a dead zone between 50 and 70. 70 up to like, from like, if you hit 75 up to like 4,000 looks really good. I'm not paying for Pontiff. That's more than I make in a year. What if Upstart goes to 400? Also, you need to be a better lawyer if that's all you're making. When do you get partner? You can't just say that. I DM'd you a meme, one of my best. Okay, that one's pretty good. That's Sam Bankman Fraud's like fund manager. Alameda will have your head. They're gonna short Fubo? With what money? I have exactly 500 Upstart call contracts now. Should I buy more? Listen, man, I can't tell you what to do with your money. Price drifts to high concentration of gamma no matter what it's positive or negative. No matter if it's positive or negative. And if it drifts to the highest concentration, I guess it's hard to get away from the force. Almost like a gravitational field. Nice timing for the thought bot. I make more than most starting in my area, but not that much. I'll tell you right now, if Upstart touches 400, I'll be out way before that. You just buy into partner, though. That's a great investment. I'm going to buy a law firm. Law firms make bank. Well, I can't buy a law firm? Why not? You need to be a barred attorney in your state. I can do that. Can't be that hard if you passed it. Somali law firms are quite cheap. You could, but you shouldn't. Probably not. GT2 just bought 1-800-LAW. Burn. Bruh, we about to get paid hard on Upsquirt? Can you feel it? Can you feel it in the air? I know I can. I can feel it all the way down to my plums. Yeah, but your assistant bought puts. I mean, maybe. Getting ready to take to the farmer's market. You're getting too bullish. I don't like all this bullishness. I'm hedging. Centaur Capital. Nailed the top of the rally. I'm gonna go meat spin in the parking lot. Helicopter. You're gonna become a registered sex offender. We get like a lower high and a lower low on SPX. Yeah? Higher low. Lower high, lower, higher low. That's a higher low. Check DMs. What do you got, turd? Ooh. I know we are. Ooh, let me show you something. You want to see something sexy? Like, I can't show the public, so I'll show you. Because you guys get too bullish. Then the stock goes up 300%, and you're like, ah, I lost all my money. All right. All right, hold on. Don't look at that one. I want to zoom in more. Whoa. Where's my screenshot thing lagging so hard? There. Look at March. Look at now. Still higher low. Yeah, out here on the 5-minute. If you can trade 0 DTs, like out of the money 0 DTs on SPX on the 1-minute, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't trade anything longer than that on the 1-minute. You'll get stopped out a lot. What are we looking at? Here, I'll show you guys. They're all out of XRT liquidity. And GME is a liquid as fuck. You feeling it? You feeling it, Dork? Someone. Thank you so much. Did you say anything? No. Well, thank you, anonymous donor. I appreciate that. Creation baskets shenanigans? No, there's no more room left. The shenanigans are drying up. Oh, who read the DD? You guys know what happens next. What happens when there's no more liquidity? Koala hugger equals someone who's finally seeing the error in his ways and making money. He's far too stupid for that. Upstart EPS ISVE forecast to be more VE over the next couple of quarters. Why do you think it's going to turn? What? None of my current analysis is based on their long-term valuation. Their fucking market's dry as a bone right now. Their short position's overcrowded though. And they're not going out of business. Company issues shares. You shut your goddamn mouth. There's no liquidity. We go in dry and the MMs just take it. Yeah. Given what you showed us, are you buying more calls for Jimmy before it starts running? I mean, I'm gonna buy more calls on Jimmy at some point. I have like 100 calls. I have a lot of calls. It's not a small amount. I can make plenty of money off those. Ooh, I have 110 calls, actually. Oh, fuck, I forgot to sell the... Whatever. Ugh, I could have sold those 20 cents in the money. Just giving you the bear side, my guy. Why else am I even here? Fair enough. Nothing's imminent in the market. You guys need to understand that. Too many people lose too much money because they think things are guarantees. Nothing's a guarantee. There's no warranties. There are warrants, but those are different. Carl, you're gonna shit on the floor either way. You see SPX testing 3960 today and filling the gap. It could. I mean, we have like another 2 hours left. The problem here, I think, is we're going to see more downside. Maybe a pullback to like the 30 level. If we don't see downside over the next, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, and we continue to consolidate in this range, that's kind of bullish. So if this turns into like, you know, well, it is already a descending wedge, but if this breaks up and more consolidation is realized in this upper range around the gap, then, you know, there's a chance that we move up higher into the end of the day. A breakdown from this range, I think, is pretty bearish for end of day at least, because if we break down from here, we're going to break down into this level, which doesn't really have a lot of call volume, right? And so, you know, we could just stagnate there, like just given the amount of time left in the day, right? But this looks okay. I mean, I think we can break up here enough to maybe fill that gap. Upstart going to 400 next week, guaranteed. No, it's not, Tim Timmery. It's very likely only going to like hit Gamma Max and then maybe hopefully stay on Reg Show. Oh, thank you so much, Greedy Dead Man. I appreciate it, man. I'm genuinely curious, what indicators those red, green, and yellow lines that you showed us? I'm eager to learn it. their relative liquidity across GME and its asset, various GME and various sources of GME liquidity. Is Fubo liquid enough to avoid seeing upside during OPEC settlement? Not to avoid seeing upside, but to significantly reduce the amount of upside potential. Do you think 50 is possible for GME this OPEX? Currently, not really. But you never know where FOMO will turn, right? We might get some FOMO. If we get like a decent amount of FOMO, and there's enough obligations, then yeah. I'm hoping for upstart Jan 40s to be 100% for my 50-cent cost basis. Okay. Translation, bullish confirmation bias. Check, exactly. Would you prefer upstart under $20 end of week so you get assigned? I don't care if I get assigned, but I kind of hope I don't. I have a lot of shares already. Translation, ETFs are running out of liquidity used to short. When they run out, the fun starts. Yeah. Are you planning to hold your Fubo shares forever and sell CCs or reposition if there's an OPEX run? I mean, if there's an OPEX run, I'm just going to sell in the money covered calls, right? Just looking at 5 to 10x these calls on the runs. That's all I'm asking for. It's always nice. Okay, so now we want consolidation in this range. Like just sub 39.50, right? And I think we're going to get it. We might even get a turnaround here. If we start to tick down and get any momentum though, we will slip. So this moment's critical. Generally at a moment like this, straddles are very beneficial, although I think with the call side, yeah, a little bullish. I mean, even if they roll over the wall, the effect of rolling will be that the price of the stock will go up. Why not collars? On what? I've played songs. On us. SPX looks like it wants to shoot past this next resistance. You think we have enough GME liquidity to make it through OPEX? No, I don't. Not without some violent movement. TOS desktop app is cancer. Really? A lot of people like that one. I don't use it. I don't know. We're already more illiquid now than we were before the liquidity grab on the 31st. So all the liquidity grabbed from October 31st is now gone. Jan 2023 GME 237.50s seems like an IV play. It is. The 24 127.50s are better though. Get more GME or waiting? I didn't. I mean, IV's not really dropping on it, so I guess I'm just waiting. All right, so we're recovering here. Let me see how this looks. Yeah, this looks pretty good, I think. I don't know if we'll stagnate. Like, I don't think we're going to move up super hard, but we could. There's still not a lot of call volume above us. So, it's really whatever momentum's picked up at, like, the 39.50 strike. And it's not a lot. I wouldn't bet on a big move if we do move to the upside here. If Jimmy has an OPEX, do you expect random liquidity grabs moving forward? If Jimmy has a NOPEX, I mean, yeah, they'd have to. I don't see how they go very many more days keeping up the current amount of price suppression. I mean, it's already breaking, right? Like, S&P is down today. And GME's up. Like, you can already see the correlation breaking. Their ability to suppress price is slipping. And it just slips more and more rapidly, right? If they can make it through tomorrow, I'd be surprised. I do, but it's harder to assess on Upstart. Upstart's more liquid and has fewer shady ETFs. Gamma Max for Upstart's at 33.39. It's right there on the screen. And in the daily DD. Jimmy's open interest on call options is really low. We need options to trigger an OPEX, don't we? No. I mean, yes and no. We need options to close. I'm like 85. Well, IV increases, so you have to remember that, like, just the IV increasing is not necessarily indicative of anything. IV increases into large options expirations anyway, right? Because, you know, the amount of time till expiry decreases and, you know, gamma expands, which makes it harder to hedge. And that generally increases implied volatility no matter what. You hate on DRS and people missing out because of buying and holding, but at the same time, you're loving the liquidity. I mean, the liquidity would get drained either way. Our price action would just have more range, right? We had OPEX runs long before DRS was ever a thing. If anything, DRS makes it easier for them to manipulate the price and drag the cycles out longer. And it makes it a less attractive investment for institutions. So DRS doesn't help us as much as you'd want. When the price is running, it's nice. It helps increase the potential, but not a lot. You know, before DRS, they might have had to have spent, you know, like $20 million, right, to drop GME's price the way they have over the last few weeks and to crush implied volatility, right? You know, over like the course of a couple days. You know, now with DRS, you know, they have to spend a lot less. Like, so it's like $5 million instead, right? It's a lot cheaper because the more illiquid the underlying is, the less capital you have to put in to manipulate the price. The only people who win from DRS are vol shorts and computer share because of all the sweet fees. Do you make a lot of sandwiches? Not really. I have them occasionally, but I wouldn't say I'm like really super into sandwiches. XRT shares outstanding September 19th, 3.3 million. November 19th, 9.3 million. How exactly are the shorts running out of liquidity? Seems like XRT should be removed from Reg Show any day now. It should be. That just means they're covering Rocket Randall Hood. We just haven't realized the effect of that covering on the underlying yet. Yeah, XRT should be taken off threshold on this cycle. I would say by T+2. If not, tomorrow night. They got to get it ready for December. Hypothetically, if you had sold Jimmy CCs for tomorrow, expiry and they are underwater, would you roll them up and out? If so, is 12.2 safer since the price should go down by then? No. 12.2 isn't safer. I'd roll them further out than that if I was significantly underwater. I don't see how you could be significantly underwater to a point where you can't buy them back. Can you just take the credit and buy calls out of the money and hedge the upside? Well, it's in December, another OPEX. Now, remember, the ETFs are cash settled, so they're reporting shares outstanding or have been covered, but there's an ACH transfer time from when the cash is provided to them till they actually cover those shares in the lit exchange, right? And so, you know, their shares outstanding can grind up, but that doesn't mean that they've bought the shares yet, right? Their NAV is correct, but the shares aren't there. They still need to get the shares. So if they're generally we see that shares outstanding increase happen on Friday. If we're seeing it happen early, that just adds more confidence to like maybe seeing the beginning of a run tomorrow. They've been climbing the last 3 days a lot. I know. The shares outstanding are climbing, but the liquidity is not there yet. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. The reported shares outstanding and the liquidity are not the same thing. Instead of Eminem's mom spaghetti, you should open a chain called Dad's Eggplant. That doesn't seem... No. No. Stepdad's Eggplant. That's safer. I want to see a divergence from shares outstanding versus liquidity. If so, can this be made in the form of an indicator? No. When XRT comes off reg show, do you consider this like a preemptive signal that the price run liquidity grab is in the second half and be planning exits for remaining OPEX positioning? You could. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. It can still keep running after XRT comes off reg show. Remember, all they have to do to get it off reg show is cover for 5 days, right? All right, we fell back into the dead zone after that small rally. Lame. And also boring. Upstart dead? No, just shorted it. No, not back to the gamma flip probably, but close. I'll look. Let's see if this... the momentum on this could continue a little bit. Maybe just like close the day out right at the gamma flip point. Today is not the day to look at your P&L. My P&L is great today. What are the inherent risks keeping CCs open during OPEX? Well, they need liquidity, right? So you could get exercised. Yeah, you could roll them up and out, but you're going to roll them at a loss. If you do down and out, you might not, but up and out, you definitely will. I should know this by now, but XRT coming off reg show lets them resume using it to short heavily. They already are using it to short heavily. It being on reg show does not stop them from using it to short. It being on reg show simply changes the audit on its quarterly rebalance. So if you look at the pattern of reg show inclusion for XRT and removal, XRT is removed from reg show on like F-man OPEX, right? It is put on reg show on MJSD when the ETF rebalances occur. So this way they mask the short position from Standard & Poor's because they're no longer audited by Standard & Poor's, but they're audited by the SEC. So the audit goes to the SEC, where the requirements of the audit are actually less stringent, right? So, you know, they clear up the obligations here to the best of their ability, then they get it back on reg show here, right? And if you watch the cycle of that occurring, like XRT went on reg show in September, right, which is the quarterly ETF, the quarterly ETF cycle. March was a bit weird. March kind of threw everything off for most of the year because it took, well, first of all, it took us a long time to figure out why March happened, and it didn't happen in Feb, right? With the holiday delay and trying to figure out all the deferral processes involved. And then, with the split, they stepped away from GME, which made that kind of those things more difficult, right? And then, with BBBY running when it did and putting pressure on the basket, that caused August OPEX to de-risk early, which was not something we realized they could do. So, we've gotten thrown for a few loops this year, but some of those things still remain consistent, and XRTs shifting from being on and off of reg show are still very, very consistent. It went off right after May OPEX, and then it went back on in July, right? Did they not de-risk early on the 31st? They got some liquidity, but remember, XRT's FTDs. So those runs are XRT's FTDs, right? XRT's FTDs are on a 13-day delay from the rest of the ETF FTDs, right? So you have XRT running in a different size. So you have ETF FTDs, right? And then you have XRT FTDs running in a different cycle because of that 13-day delay. And what they do by doing this is they prevent ETF FTDs from overlapping, right? And so if they take XRT out here and put it here, then both of these spikes are smaller than they would be if they had been combined, which allows them to minimize the increase in implied volatility, right? It's actually fucking genius. If you're short volatility, this is a phenomenal way to spread out the distribution of your covering in order to prevent large increases in volatility. Clip? Sure. So like when that run happened on October 31st, we see XRT liquidity go way up, right? But the other ETFs kind of remain the same. And that's kind of the tell, is like XRT liquidity improves. Hold on, I'll show you guys. All right, so if you take a look here, and we look at see the 31st. Here, let me get a better screenshot of specifically the 31st. 1 second. So over. Right. All right. So here's XRT. Right. If you look on October 31st, right, you'll see the XRT liquidity moves up, and that's a huge move. The ratio scale of this, It's a massive move up in available liquidity on XRT. It moves up for a couple days as they continue to clear out the FTDs. And this is a 6-day period, which is, you know, the covering period for ETF fails, right? Because they're T plus 6 plus 3, or T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3, right? And so the covering period for ETF FTDs is always 6 days. If you look through the period, you know, for 6 days, XRT liquidity continues to improve. And then as soon as the failure clearance period is over, XRT liquidity immediately decreases, right? And you can see the immediate effect of that drop in GME's price, right? And then over the next several days, XRT's liquidity slowly bleeds out as GME's price is suppressed. So the effect of this clearing is they are ETF FTDs. There's kind of spikes that are happening like November 3rd, March 9th, May 12th, October 31st. These are ETF FTDs, but they're offset from the rest of the ETF FTD cycle, which not only weakens the ETF FTD cycle, because you know those FTDs are not present. It also, you know, creates volatility in another part of the cycle. Because remember, like XRT is far more complicit in, you know, this synthetic shorting of GME than basically any other ETF. And so the correlation between, like the positive correlation between XRT and GME is very, very high. So, you know, there's a lot of theories on why GME runs and how it moves and what's going on with it, and is this right, or is this right, or is, you know, like, is it the swaps? It's not. It's exactly how I described it in November, and if anything, we just understand it even better every time one of these events happens. Did RC know this? I don't think so. I'd be surprised if he does now, even. There were times that he's done things where it didn't benefit pressure. But I mean, he's also running a business, so you can't expect everything he does to be in line with pumping his stock. Just say it, man. We're gonna boom. Looks good. Is there a clip of what? There's a million clips. I swear to fucking God, Barry Pullman. I will time you out. James Rowland is a plagiarist and a fraud who attempts to sell people shitty trading platforms in the vacuous attempt to promote his garbage YouTube analysis and Twitter rants. A move from where GME is 10 to 15% above GM is not a very large move. It is, in fact. That is a very large move. Also, the price doesn't matter. They only care about the volatility. They don't give a shit if GME goes to $28, but Ivy spikes 100%. They make a fuck ton of money. You don't. They'd probably prefer that, actually. Okay, but how do you really feel? And two, will he also steal that exact same statement and forget to replace his name with yours? I'm sorry, apparently isn't doing squat. These people are frustrating. It doesn't need to do anything. It just needs to be flat. IV's going up a lot. Have you seen my upstart calls lately? Let me show you. See how they're all up? Well, except these. These suck. Ignore those. Those are the shill options. It's beneficial for us if IV spikes hard, at least for us holding options. It's not beneficial for people who DRS their shares. Betting on, you know, a fantasy outcome. They're just making other people money and losing out on long-term gains as the price potential improvement of their money is scalped every quarter by volatility traders. You own shares of GME? Unless you're selling cover calls against them, you're getting robbed too. Roland just got to going to face swap onto your clips. He's looking clean in his view op hat. It's fucking insanity. Sounds like CNS should be mentioned somewhere here. 40 minutes, Gaff. I watched J-Roll's first two analysis videos a while back. He was literally counting days between OPEX peaks with Boom Hunter Pro overlaid. I know. I like how you call bullshit out. Thanks for being you. I mean, a large part of why I do this stream every day is because the other people that do this shit on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and TikTok are full of it. Like it's fake, right? It's all a big fucking lie in order to get you to follow them or you know, sign up for their fucking trading programs or be their friend or just watch their shit, right? And generate them ad revenue. But none of it's real. Like it's all fake fucking nonsense. They're all like con artists. Which is more, a good day of SPX trades or a year of YouTube subscription revenue? Oh, a good day of SPX trades. See, the difference between them and me is I make money in the market, not off fucking YouTube. There's some. Very few and far between. I feel like you aren't conning us all into thinking you're an actual pickle. I'm onto you. Check Concord put their pickle in my jar. Who's this? Is it Turd? Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, Turd, did XRT ever buy back the shares from the split? Who are some of the legit streamers? I mean, mostly just like people who say a lot of boring shit. People who like dive into like volatility hedging and like analysis no one's interested in, right? Because everyone just wants to be told whether or not they should buy calls or puts. But I mean, there's people out there. Nobody follows them. Their videos aren't interesting. They don't have like a community or anything surrounding them. They just like put out content because it's like stuff they're interested in. I don't specifically know who any of them are, but like Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty was a like he just really fucking loved stocks. He wanted to talk to people about stocks, right? And nobody fucking watched him. Like he had there was no one there until Jamie started running, right? Because like nobody wants to go over a fucking balance sheet. Like let's be real. Like in the world of YouTube and social media and influencers. Like nobody wants to sit down for 30 minutes and watch a guy, explain a bit. Yeah, I know I have a subscription on the YouTube. You got to separate the general public somehow. I don't think a $25 paywall is all that much. Most trading discords are 10 times or more that amount of money every month. And mine's better. I charge way less for it. I charge like the bare minimum. If you can't afford $25 a month for data and due diligence, then you probably can't afford to trade. So buy puts. Hey, are Feb 23 $30 strikes too much theta on Upstart? That's a lot to capture what's probably going to happen over the next 3 days, right? I mean, I guess if you want to be in them for what might happen afterwards, but, the one thing has to happen first. The more bored I get watching your stream, the better the content is. Probably. My major regret is not blocking out the pie in the sky nonsense and finding the stream. I feel like I could have been much closer to my goals and I not snorted hopium and waited for $10,000 a share. Well, the best time to start is yesterday. What do you realistically see GME possibly running to? 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. And that's bullish. 15% is very bullish. What's SPX about to drop to? The Gamma flip point? We might bounce off it. Ivy keeps pumping on Upstart. I know. That's super cool. The difference between you and lower quality streamers, they don't spend nearly as much time debating how to pronounce Porsche as you do. It's what sets you apart. That and making money. Yeah. It's mostly the making money part. Well, it's where we make our money, right? I don't make money. I don't really make that much money on YouTube. Like this isn't a huge YouTube channel. I don't have tens of thousands of viewers, right? I'll probably make like $40 in ad revenue today, depending on how many people are watching. But I made, 15 grand on the SPX this morning. So on this account. I know you're 200 of the accounts that are currently watching me, B-Diz, but I appreciate the support. Thank you for disliking the stream, Gaff. Same OPEX PT for Upstart. Yep. Gamma expands to a certain point and then it collapses. What was the highest strike you were holding for GME? 35s? I might get some 40s. I don't think I was pleading poverty. One of my small ports is 2x from Upstart IV today. Nice. I don't think the Dans get enough credit. They make a lot of music and also keep you laughing with their jokes. As long as you are laughing, I know you're going to stick around. Stefan's ultimate fear is that I'm going to disappear one day. Upstart gonna pop. Any buy-in right now below 20 is a great buy-in, folks. It's a good price. Sub 20 is a good price. The company's like valuation right now is probably about 18, and I could see it dipping to like 15 over the next 2 quarters, until the Fed starts to turn around rate increases. When they do, though, the company makes a lot of fucking money off very little effort. So if OPEX runs tomorrow, what day can we see it hit GM or on GME or Upstart? Move the hardest Monday? If it starts to run tomorrow, the peak would probably still be on Tuesday, but the volatility peak it'll depend on the volume. Like whenever the volume comes in, that's what's important as far as like the volatility peak goes. Like the volatility peak usually comes before the price peak. Sometimes immediately before, sometimes even earlier. What's your motive to be on here every day, all day? I don't know. I like it. It's like something to do. I'm gonna be doing this anyway, right? Whether I'm streaming or I'm not, but at least I have something to fucking talk about instead of just like mind-numbingly playing TFT on my other screen while I trade stocks. I was lonely during the pandemic. So, and then now I'm never lonely. Problem solved. Hey, Gurk, appreciate you, man. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. Appreciate you too, dude. Oh, fuck you, Gav. Go back to New Jersey. Do you have a net worth goal before you quit trading? All the money? That'd be cool. I mean, I guess I could only get 50% of it all at most. Probably don't have enough time. As much as I'm not your favorite, you appreciate me. I tolerate you. I don't have any favorites. I'm pretty much an asshole to everyone. J-Muzz, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon.
It's not about the net worth, it's about being listed among the greats in 50 years. Maybe. The legacy?
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I'd like to give a shout out to myself. Nice job, driver. I don't know if you answered this before. Can you explain why Jimmy calls are so much more expensive than Upstart? Skew? Is it all the skew? Thanks again. Jimmy IV. I mean, Jimmy is more liquid than Upstart. Right? So IV increases faster on it than it does Upstart. Also, yeah, skew. You know, Upstart's on reg show, so they have to buy a lot of puts which makes calls cheap. Don't ignore me. Let's talk Guybrush strategy. What do you think the optimal time for deployment is? Do you ever plan on creating an ETF with only exposure to New Jersey companies so you can seller box the entire state? I would just short their municipal bonds, right? Not like the state could get any more potholes, but you never know. If your goal is all the money and the Fed keeps printing money, I'm okay with that. Maybe tomorrow, but I'm still not sure. Okay. Well, think about it. Sleep on it. Oh, just so everyone knows, I might not be here tomorrow morning. I have something I have to do at 9:30. So I might not be here for market open, but I'll probably be back shortly after. You'll be okay. Don't worry. I'll start the stream before I go, so the charts are up, but no, I have an appointment at 9:30 and I can't reschedule it, so otherwise I have to wait like 4 months to get another one. It's got a date with the cat lady. No. What are your thoughts on real upstart leads like Gen 25, 20Cs? I mean, if you're bullish on the company, sure. Did you correctly when you said Ivy was pumping on upstart today, so it's not a good time to enter calls. I mean, they're still cheap. So, because the price is still being suppressed a lot. So even though the IV's up, I mean, the calls still aren't overpriced based on, you know, their potential. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, Carbon Base. He's finally going for that pack of smokes. No. My wife's company makes it so that you never have to go to the DMV to renew your license or City Hall to pay your property tax. Would you like to hear more? No. But I don't have to go to DMV to renew my license anyway. Just do it online. What are you trying to sell your bridges to someone else, Brett? Alright, I have actual work to do. Nah, I trust you will play the Cena song at its appropriate time. I get paid regardless of my presence, so don't fail me, Pickle Man. We'll see. I'll think about it. I know you're about topped out after your last trip to Kava, so... And, you know, crypto crashing. Curious as to why you won't buy, don't have any GME strikes above 35.40. Just don't really want to buy them right now? I don't know. I might get some. It's a great bridge, and you'd be lucky to own it. Jimmy leading indicators still mean SPY SPX VUPs this afternoon. Possibly? Let me take a look. SPX is looking okay. Especially if it keeps pushing up here. I think it might stabilize a little bit, a few candles before moving up. You don't want it to pull back under the EMA 30. That would be bad. Are you doing Black Friday shopping? I don't need anything. It's probably not. Clothes? I don't know. Can you buy clothes on Black Friday? Is that a thing? Probably not. I feel like that's like a Labor Day thing or something. Buy a chair. It's not going to be discounted, though. Computer upgrades? I mean, I have like a 3080 Ti that I only use to play Teamfight Tactics. I don't want to go out and pump inflation even more, do I? Oh, I do have puts. Numb after blowing up my port. Think I'm ready for trading now. In all seriousness, how do you get to the next level? I've had successful trades, just got greedy and threw good money at bad. I've been lurking more on the Discord. Thanks for everything. But no problem, Costellosaurus. I mean, you got to focus on what you're doing right and repeat that behavior and stop the behavior that's wrong. It's easier said than done, right? But you need to have a lot more self-control. It's tough. I understand. It's not easy to not be greedy. But sometimes you just need to take your profits and not worry about the potential, right? Or more importantly, this is harder for people to do. You have to take your loss. Taking a loss is really hard because you have to admit to yourself that you were wrong. And most people that are attracted to trading are pretty competitive. So it's really tough. So I have the taking the loss thing down. No, I didn't say racking up losses. That's different. That's sunk cost fallacy. Everything that I do right in trading is ghosting all of your trades. I can't express how bad of an idea that is. It's not good. Casual 450,000 volume candle on Fubo. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Do they have 27, 28 puts? They're closing tomorrow on GME. So possibly more VUPs regardless if they run OPEX or not, right? Yeah, possibly. There's quite a lot of puts closing out on GME tomorrow. We watch you trade DGen SPX 0 DTs, but not really a lot of info on what types of trades to start trading with. Obviously, FDs are not the way to begin. No. The way to begin is like CSPs and buy rights and, you know, researching companies that, you know, aren't gonna have, you know, tons of volatility and building up enough capital that you can fucking take the excess earnings and income off that capital and blow it on 0 DTs. Brick by brick, right? It's boring. It's super fucking boring, but it's worth it. The momentum of compounding gains is something everyone should understand at some level. The importance of it, you know, whether you're starting with $100 or 100,000. Can we get a wheeling channel? I suppose. I kind of have that one though. It's like just it's just an option strategy, right? Sunk cost fallacy, same like averaging down Rev 35Cs. Oh yeah, that's a terrible idea. When OPEX hits, can we get a cooking channel so I have somewhere safe to share my taco picks? We do have a cooking channel. It's called Cornichon Cordon Bleu. I've submitted our marriage license in the state of New York. I can't wait for us to be together in holy matrimony. Good for you. How did you get that without me signing it? Did you just fake my signature? Did you sign it Gherk? Because that's... Don't fuck around. That's my real name. Upstart keeps going down, but IV keeps going up. Okay, shorts have two choices. Price down or IV down. You can only choose one. My wife's company annuls fake marriage licenses and Hunt sounds damned who file them. Would you like to hear more? Actually, yes, you can DM me about it. If GME keeps rising like this, my preemptive 0 DT surprise position will actually make money. State of New York, ban Darth Dan. Shadowban check 1, 2, 3. Tell me to buy GME 0 DTs, take my Ko-Fi and buy yourself a chair. Then get yourself a perm and calf picks to share. Best Centaur, 10 out of 10. Would subscribe, like, and Ko-Fi again. Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate it, man. It's been a long time since I was bullish on OPEX. Here I am, also looking for a 100 to 1 prop bet that RC is bored and does something to prompt some price action. Oh, RC doesn't cause OPEX. My birthday isn't tomorrow, it's unfortunately this weekend. On Saturday. But it's kind of cool because I'll be off on my birthday. Like my actual birthday. We'll celebrate my birthday Monday. Turning 21, forever 21. Dangerous game if there's a no-pex, ropex. I like to gamble on everything but money. Happy birthday, dude. I hope you spend it doing something fun. We'll see. Here's for the chair fund. Thanks, Trash. I appreciate it. Scorpios unite. We're really the best. Sure, Carl. Other Carl. You act like your zodiac sign is Scorpio. We all know it's actually Sagittarius, who's also a centaur. It's not. Are you going to be streaming in your birthday suit tomorrow? Yeah, but I'm not going to tell anyone where the stream is. My synthetic birthday is also Saturday. Since there's no way to confirm which birthday is mine, want to claim that you're hanging out with me, but then FTD short me and force someone else to cover? I like that idea. Wait, aren't Scorpios vengeful and borderline murderous? It's the fucking position of the moon and stars on the day you're born influences the type of person you are? It's ridiculous. Astrology is horseshit. You can't stop me from playing the Power Hour song in my head. No, I can't. What's the position of your parents on the day you were conceived? Yeah. Well, now I'm gonna cry. My entire life has been based on being a Scorpio. Now all I have are losses and a few calls. I hope when I'm in my 50s, like you, that I'll be in the position to help people as well. Like, all the best, man, and thanks for what you do. Thanks, moving forward blindly. I bought $50 1216 calls. You're welcome for helping bring up Gamma Max. Good on you. This refusal to short GME making you twitchy for OPEX? I haven't bought calls myself. This isn't shaping up too nicely for me. I'm more than prepared for OPEX. Astrology breaks down at the equator. A few years ago, my buddy who prides himself on being pure Italian did a genealogy test and discovered this family are 0% Italian. Sent him into an identity crisis. That's funny as hell. SPXU calls SPX puts. No, I'm not playing the downside of SPX anymore this week. Seriously, everyone in here is a November kid. Maybe it's true We're all trying to make DJ plays a Gert because we're Scorpios. That would explain all the animosity and anger. My Jimmy shares were bought while the sun was in Sagittarius and a Taurus rising moon sign. Bullish. We're all descendants of Stardust. Carl Sagan. Nothing is more ancient than that. That doesn't mean the position of the stars influences the type of organism we become, or our personalities. No, it's in November. I now have 996 Upstart contracts. If you want some, come here. Jesus Christ, you bought 400 more today? That's fucking crazy. Yes, I understand that, Stefan. I'm a Scorpio. I'm ignoring your comment, Darth. Can you check GME IV 30 and see if it's rising yet? Yes, it is. Will there be any sort of Freg's Day celebration or memorial? Maybe a small memorial. The M&Ms in my pocket melted. I'm financially ruined. Shh. Quick, someone with talent make a Freg memorial song. My heart will go on? There already is one. Were the M&Ms melted? Is this a sign of things to come? MOASS incoming? Are you guys trying to use M&M in place of Market Maker? The only thing I can figure is that astrologists are saying the variations of different positioning of the planets and stars have different gravitational pulls based on us based on the time of birth. But that wouldn't affect anything. The gravitational pull of those things is so weak. Like the gravitational pull of our hot iron core is far stronger. MM means market maker? This whole time I thought people were talking about candy. No. If it affects the quantum alignment of our energy fields, especially in the crown chakra, who would you shove off the big floating door to save yourself and your big diamond? Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, it's not like he's gonna get the Oscar anyway, right? Every single thing I have is green except for, wait for it, Bobby. Let's all laugh at Bobby. It was a big door. Yeah, you definitely could have gotten 2 people on it. But why? I don't think so, turd. Is that like gonna be a thing you DM me? Still in Bobby. I'm sorry. I hope it runs for OPEX and you guys can get out from under your fucking bags. I do. If we get an OPEX run, will you play the song Jordan Belfort by Wes Walker? I don't know who that is or what that is. Is this slight price action good or bad for an OPEX run? Pretty good. Because they can get a lot of options to sell off going into next week, thus reducing the market maker exposure into the holiday. Or they're simply out of liquidity and they have no choice. What's the OPEX max? Right now? 33.72. I need to do it. They've been so aggressive with Fubo the last couple of days. Seems like a good short target. Got a lot of liquidity. Good entry today on Palantir. What's it at? Pretty decent, yeah. You shorting it right now? Like shorting the fuck out of it right now? Oh, the market's just dropping like a rock. Goodbye, Gamma Flip Point. Good Oxy entry. What's it trading at right now? Not particularly. For like a short trade, maybe. About 4 more, so you neurotics out there can sleep. Neurotics? What do you expect the volume to hit on Jimmy during OPEX if we have one? I don't know. A lot? On my birthday, Darth. GME IV going up. Yep. How's ES looking? Let's see. Also, just kind of completing its sell-off. Maybe back to like 39.30. It could find support here, but it may find support at the lower level. Majumi Gen 100s are up 7.41%. Coincidence? Coincidence? Cohen? Okay. Coincidence. No? I don't think so. Institutions that finish SLD are going to use after hours to buy back in and pump their AM expiration calls. Maybe. I turned on share lending. My whole port is now on loan. Is this bad? Are you on IBKR? Can you still sell covered calls or no? Uh, yeah, it probably sucks. You can turn it back off. It takes like 2 seconds. Yesterday you said large institutions usually sell off for SLD after hours. Why do they do this with lower liquidity? Because they do block trades that settle in after hours. Market down. All my upstart calls bought today are up. Let's fucking go. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Why did the Composite Man rug pull us? Should I share my Fubo shares out for more gains while also selling covered calls? Is that what you're saying you can do? I didn't say that. You probably don't have a big enough account to do it. You have to qualify for their program. What if the whole time we've thought that it was hedgies trying to short the stock when it's been hedgies trying to moon the stock? Who's the short then? Yeah, I'm gonna get a haircut today. I can't deal with this shit anymore. Is Eminem trying to get me to sell out of my upstart calls or something? Maybe. Ken Griffin's brother, Bob Griffin. Kenny's our hero? I mean, yeah, in a way. Upstart Finna Squart? Seems fine to me. Ooh. Nope. Still not a good deal on this. Son of a bitch. What do you pay for a haircut in New York City? I don't know, like 50 or 60 bucks. When should we see a spike online? Upstart? January? Wait, what? Okay. Ah, I almost fell asleep. I'm fucking tired.
That's rough. I have so much more shit to do today. Does $50 include the tail or just the mane? Fuck you. End of day, 3,900. Let's fucking go. Any chances Jimmy runs and upstart tanks? What's the likelihood of that? Pretty small. Get some free McKinsey and Company consulting advice. Lets the whole chat know your 1-year price target for Fubo and Upstart, and your chat will no longer be asking repeatedly, and then clip it. What? I already told the whole chat my price targets for Fubo and Upstart in roughly a year. Jesus, for a haircut? Anything more than 30, there better be a shave and a rub and tug. I mean, where the fuck are you getting your haircut that's good that is less than $30? You just go to like Supercuts? Having them run, you can run the clippers over your head yourself. I go to a salon, like a man. Hot towel, a wash, maybe a beard trim. Yeah, I've shaved my head before. I cut my own hair like a hobo. We know you're bald, Carl. $40.50 in the Nashville area, it's bull. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's fucking. If you go to any men's hair salon in New York, it's at least 50 or 60 for a haircut, up to like 300. What's your PT for SPX 3950C expiring next week? Also, thanks for your stream. Oh, 4. I'm just a test. I just bought them for a test of 4. I bought them this morning too, so they're still up. With hopefully enough for the theta over the weekend. Did you grow up in New York City? Yes. What borough? Brooklyn and Manhattan. Can you give us a couple stereotypes from the block? I mean, New York's pretty diverse. I don't know if there's all that many. We had a lot of crackheads in Brooklyn. Those were funny. Sometimes they'd wander into our school. You've got problems, Natty. You check your Discord. I found a photo of you when you had a shaved head and let yourself go. Is it just me on Carl's body? Dear God. That guy's just bald. His head isn't shaved. You need a shaved head. That's not a shaved head. Can you look at Hertz on the 1 day? Volume today looks hot. Yeah. Where did it go? Oh. Looks bullish as fuck. For a test of like $19. Maybe 22. I appear to be hedged at Fantastic Dan's. You're really gunning for that write-off, huh? The first time my stylist cut my hair, I warned her the top was thinning, and she said, I know just what to do. When she finished, she said, oh wow, I do something else. That's when I discovered hats. Don't they have like pills for that or something? Unless you're like, you know, bald when you're 20 like Carl. His T was once so high he couldn't even keep the hair on his head. Now it's at rock bottom. I love you, Carl. Ever think about moving to a lower cost of living area? Yeah. What keeps you in New York City since you can work anywhere? It's better. I have access to like some of the best like restaurants in the country. Anything I need is right at my fingertips. I can walk to it or be there in a very short period of time. There's culture, art, people. Like, I don't think you can fuck up Tinder in New York City. I bet you shave your calves, don't you? Also, please prove it. I don't. They are mostly hairless, but I don't shave them. You fucked up the last Tinder date. No, I didn't. Last one went good. You don't do any of that. It's pretty simple. The food keeps you in New York City. Respect. I do some of those things. I like having the option. I like to keep my options open. I do hate people. But if I don't want to be around them, I can just stay in my apartment all day and have everything in the world delivered to me. No. You're just that's the last one you're aware of, Barf Monster. I coined the phrase being hungover is a choice. It ruined my life. I see. Well, yeah, I mean, rock bottom's kind of being my personal sandwich picker. I don't want to live in the middle of fucking nowhere and like drive 80 miles to a Costco to resupply every 2 weeks. Shitty internet. I just want to thank Jimmy yet again for going up enough to pay for Theta Decay. Jimmy is bae. I live in Denver and still need to drive everywhere to get what I want. It's barely a city compared to New York. Yeah, Denver's pretty spread out.
When was the last time you were in New York, and what did you do to cure the tetanus when you returned? I haven't been to New York in like 12 years. The issue with New York City is the cost of living is really high, and there are endlessly loud and abrasive people there. Yes, that's one of the best aspects of New York City. I've been to Charlotte, yeah. It's not fun. Carl burned up the theta on his tea. Yeah, it was out of the money for too long. Thoughts on Upstart December 15, 20 CSPs paying 350? That cost basis would be insane. Yep. It's December 16, by the way. I don't know, I grew up here. It's like home, right? And it's fucking awesome. There's like so much shit to do. If you want to do things, like there's infinite places to go. You never have to see the same person twice. Hate your neighbors? New York City's a great place to live. If you're like one of those people that's like into community and family and peace, it's the wrong place for you. That's fine. I get it. Fun to run on top of parked cars in Manhattan during my 20s. Oh boy. Do you like working? Yeah. Manhattan, sure, but the boroughs are massive and have family neighborhoods everywhere. Yeah. I mean, those really aren't the city, though, right? They're just like city adjacent. You literally find anything in New York City. A gay Persian bar where they watch sports bar, probably down the street somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked for one. Near Bowery? Been there? Yeah. New York City is great for students, too, I guess. I mean, it's expensive for students. One second. I'll be right back. Market bouncing. Cool. Time for the push below gamma neutral. Close. After SLD is done, are we still watching for vol squeeze melt up? Yeah. VIX still hasn't cooled, really. So puts are still expensive. Thank you, Manuel. Do you know anyone who trades 0DT SPY calls and puts? Do you know anyone who only trades them? Yeah. Would the 7 strategy work, or is it just because it's a paper account? The 7 strategy? Oh, would the strategy even work? Would the... No, I don't know what you're saying. Maybe it's just because it's a paper account? I mean, if paper account, real account performance should be relatively similar. You're going to deal with different spread issues and stuff that you'll have to learn how to correct, but... Sub 20. Paper accounts are awesome, but the problem with them is it's too easy to game it to give you epic fills. True. The 7 strategy is when you buy 7 of each contract on the chain. One of them has to print at some point of the day. That sounds terrible. Sorry, I meant to say DGen account. Would the 0DT strat work, or is it too easy because I'm not emotionally attached? I've doubled the paper account twice this week. Only one way to find out. I mean, you probably want more consistency than a couple weeks of performance, right? Is $3 a realistic resistance for Fubo? It would appear that way. I'm so surprised we never dropped through it. Are you pissed because you sold $3 cover calls? Stop selling in the money fucking cover calls on your long-term buy and hold position. What do you make of extremely low volume on Upsquart? Does it indicate anything that may confirm my Matador-like bullish bias? Is it really that low? I mean, it's like 3 million. It's about half of its like average. GME's everything's volume's really low today. So GME hit 2 million today. Even Fubo's volume's ridiculously low. And it has like a lot of high frequency trading in these price ranges. I have no covered calls out for OPEX. All right. Well, did you sell ones for after OPEX though? I don't know. You keep selling cover calls at the most inopportune times. Just wait for the stock to go up. At least then they're worth something. I feel like I feel insulted when I look at the premiums on Fubo covered calls. I'm like, I'm not gonna risk my position for 3 cents. For those of us who haven't been plugged in the past few weeks, how are you feeling about Upstart for OPEX and possible best entry? Are we still expecting today, tomorrow, Monday downs for SLD? Hard to say. I think we might have seen the floor of SLD already. 3900 was the more conservative side of the 200 BPS drop, or the 300 BPS drop, and then 3852 would have been the lower leg. But you remember that short hedge funds aren't doing great with the market at these prices, right? So their ability to get liquidity could be limited. So we'll find out tomorrow. Obviously, be cautious of the downside because SLD does persist. It's been months since I was last plugged, but also I need the answer to that question. Which one? NOPEX confirmed? No. Are we starting the count already? Sent me a DM and PyFi sent me a DM and confirmed NOPEX. I did not. Rich person problems, poofed. If only you knew what you could get for 3 cents behind the Wendy's. I love you, really. I know. GME's $75 end of week. Okay. If that's what you want. It's not going to happen, but you can say that. What do you expect for GME Q3 earnings? Miss or beat? There's a potential to beat. They could come in positive EPS. I don't think they will, but they could. Anywhere I can learn more about the mechanics behind SLD. Yeah, FINRA publishes a margin guide. It's like 400 pages long. That is not the proper response to a declaration of love. Yes, it was. You said plugged instead of reading it as the phrase plugged in while reading Patrick's question. I made myself laugh with my joke, and that's all that matters. As long as you're happy, Brad Harrell. I mean, 1 second guy. If you only had two choices, living behind Wendy's or moving to Philadelphia, which would you choose? I'd live behind a Wendy's. Wait, is the Wendy's in Philadelphia? Is this a trick? Are you a genie? This is too early for the count to start. The count's not supposed to start until the OPEX the actual expiration occurs. Trick question, every Wendy's is in Philadelphia. That's not true. Your people call it a gin, dork. Post OPEX, you think we could see GME sub 25 again? I want to pick up some shares. Sure. Yeah, it's possible. Now that we've confirmed NOPEX, we haven't. Where did your analysis go wrong? It hasn't yet. Billy Ray virus. Haven't been here in weeks. Glad to see there are still productive things happening here. Yeah. We like to keep busy. Thanks, man. Seems like with the hedges struggling for liquidity and holiday next week, this could be the best upstart between now and Apex. If you had no upstart, how would you enter DCA through Tuesday? Or, I mean, if you get the opportunity, I suppose. I want to compare FTDs. Where in the GME 2020 saga would I start if we wanted to compare it to Upstart now? You would want to start in October of 2020. Officially way too soon. NOPEX count for November 2. Thanks, Mike Cell CCs. Okay, calling it now. SLD dead. It could be. I mean, we just moved back up through the gamma flip point again, so. Bam has said all his models are bearish in tomorrow. So, like, inverse Kramer by calls? I don't know who that is. What models? Male models? A Philadelphia man became a local hero when he ate an entire rotisserie chicken daily for 40 days. See, this is why I don't live there. November 25, Upstart 25. How do you feel about that for exposure? Not great. I wouldn't buy them this week unless you plan to sell them this week. Did you know that Whataburger is the only fast food restaurant that starts with a W? That can't be true. What did Carl ask? Oh. Yeah, but I've been buying Upstart for months. So the slow DCA plan is not really on the table with, 3 days left. Wendy's, Wiener Schnitzel. I don't know what Uwu Burger is. Well, I'm a little late learning this, but FTX hired the lawyer who handled the Enron bankruptcy as its new CEO. Say it's fraud without saying it's fraud. I mean, at least he knows his way around fraud. Bullish. I lost my phone and all my contacts. Send me your number again. All right. Can you explain 390 OCH 300 puts? They hit the tape recently on Upstart. It's just shorting. They have to short with puts because they don't have any well, they don't want to force any locates. Enter your position in one single trade like a gentleman next time. I will not. Does SLD dying mean no pecs? No. That's, what are we at now? 20? How quickly are they going to rack up? There's Whack Donald's, Woe Jangles, Winning Out, and Pizza Hut. M and JWN both strong throughout the day. Yeah, Nordstrom's is doing pretty good today. Sava didn't do a lot. Down. GME's up. A little bit. Tootsie Roll went up. Other weird ones. Nutrien. Docu's down big. AMD's up. Rad's up again today. Express is up a lot. Nerve is moving. Even fucking SST is moving a little bit. SPX predictions going forward. We'll have to see what happens, especially with positioning after SLD. Like we want to see where the long positioning is going to come in. We've been trading on so much chop for the last like week and a half, and there's some leverage long side positioning already, but we want to see if that strengthens, or if with new margin coming in, we start to see more short side leverage. We still have a couple weeks till we see any really significant economic data, though, so I would lean towards bullish into the 4,000, 4050 range. Maybe 4,100, although that's a bit more removed. I'm sorry, gonna open at $40. That'd be fucking crazy. All right, Walt Schillionaire. How are we looking for next week? Pretty good. Looking maybe pretty good for tomorrow. 33.8 million and 590 puts just came in on Upstart. 5 million on 300 puts. Desperate. 100 million spent on deep in the money Upstart puts. Does this mean they're gonna hammer it? Usually, unless someone sold them. Where are the money calls on Upstart going up in value when the stock is going down? Yeah, they're driving up volatility in an effort to short. So I told you guys this was going to happen. So they start trying to short with puts, right? And they start to make calls cheaper, but they also drive volatility up because more and more options are trading, right? Which increases the amount of hedging going on, which increases volatility. The market maker is thus exposed to more and more risk. They ramp up the volatility. So IV keeps going up as they continue to try to short. If IV goes up enough, that puts the short volatility players in a very, very bad position, right? Because they're short fucking volatility. So they start to cover. If they start to cover, and they cover a lot, that puts the shorts at risk. Because then the shorts, who are very, very much profitable, start losing money rapidly. And they don't like that. Especially when, you know, that money is part of their margin. Whether to get rid of the IV Upstart calls right now and move into near the money calls as we get closer to OPEX. Yeah, up to you. I'm not selling shit. I mean, everything I have is far dated enough that I don't really care. I don't think it's worthwhile. I mean, I have a couple calls, I guess, that wouldn't be terrible to sell off, but it's not like crazy or anything. Upstart Jans or longer dated calls. I have December and January calls right now. Thanks for the explanation on price versus volatility. That's the stuff that helps a whole lot. I just want to say I like it a lot. No problem, Broken Logic. WOASS incoming? We'll see. Wannick drive-in? Upstart halt into close? No. No way. It'd have to move. It'd have to move way harder. Did the de-risk in early November 2021 due to Bobby's share buyback announcement make Freg's Day shorter lived than it could have been? A little bit. For several reasons, right? The run in early November blew up a lot of the calls that had positioned for the end of November, right? So they sold off on the big price improvement, right? Which weakened the call side. And then the run before OPEX also weakened the call side, right? Everyone YOLO'd into zero DTs here and, you know, made money on Friday, but they also closed longer dated call positions, which meant that the market maker hedge over the next days were, this is Monday, and let's say this is Tuesday, were reduced, right? So on T+2, Tuesday morning from Friday, they blew off the rest of the hedge really fast and then slammed the price. We're winning. Yeah, we are. Yeah. I've been telling everyone this for like a little while now. Starting to get amped up. I've been amped up this whole time. This is me amped up. Jimmy forecast the next 3 trading days. Up. You literally dozed off on stream. How's that amped up? Ding ding. It is. That is peak excitement for me. If I'm so relaxed that I can sleep, fuck. That's why we run on OPEXs where I sleep in. My confidence is so fucking high that I can actually sleep for more than 3 hours. Otherwise, you can't trust having your eyes closed. Yeah. Go away, Stefan. GG. Yeah, so that was another day. SLD drop this morning was nice. I think we've seen the finalization of any SLD potential for this week. I suspected that the drop that we saw Tuesday was a big portion of the SLD sell off with the negative news coming in about Poland. Obviously, like you get some panic sell as they try to pick up liquidity at the top. The rest of the drop last night down to the 3,900 level, I think, pretty much confirmed it. We've seen SL. Don't forget that SLD is ongoing. It's not all at once. It's just that larger institutions tend to transact overnight, and so it kind of comes in as block orders are settled out. But throughout the day, you'll notice that our downside moves can be really accelerated, and that's smaller funds getting liquidity here and there. And so, SLD has some steep drops, but it also kind of takes on a bearish trend as lots of equities are being sold off by different participants at different times, right? But I think we may be seeing the end of it. I think the bigger positions might be done. So that's really bullish going into tomorrow. We have a lot of decent call positioning on the SPX at like the 3950, 3970 level. A little bit of a rough patch there at 3960, but we could still move up through it. 4000, 4050, 4100, very, very, very highly leveraged. So, once we get more into that range, that's very bullish. Obviously that upside pressure just puts more pressure on these illiquid basket stocks that really don't want that active fund interference right now when they're extremely illiquid and need to restore their liquidity. So we could see runs on Upstart, GME, Fubo, BBBY, AMC, Macy's continue into tomorrow or begin tomorrow, as you already saw, some of the cheaper positions and the less volatile positions in the basket kind of breaking up today. Macy's is a really good indicator of that because its IV is about half of what GME is, right? And so if IV shorts are gonna cover, they're gonna cover those smaller, less risky positions right up front. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but I'm excited. Everything looks good. Liquidity's low. Borrow rates are not really rising on GME, but they're not dropping, which is a good sign. Upstart still has a ridiculously high borrow rate. Don't forget that the borrow rates, are volatile, right? And that volatility is a representation of the liquidity in the lending pool in a way. Upstart's prime borrow rate is about 12 to 16%, so it's still extraordinarily high. The retail borrow rate is more just indicative of activity and volume in the borrowing pool than it is really indicative of like the prime rate, which is what matters for institutions that are short. But yeah, that's about it. I think everything looks good. I'm feeling pretty confident about this one. Make sure that if you are entering positions, you're getting enough theta. Uh, you know, the time frame, right? We have now through T+2 after Friday. Don't overhold if things aren't going your way, or if you're not seeing appropriate volume. Make sure that if the prices do run, you take profits at moderate levels, and don't. Now you don't have to take all your profits at once, but make sure you get some profits off the table and you're up for the move. That's about it. Basic trading shit. You guys got this. Don't forget, tomorrow morning I might be a little late to the stream. I'll start the stream and try to write the DD before I'm out the door, but I have an appointment that I can't reschedule. So, if I am late, I'll have the stream up and running, but I'll join in as soon as I get home. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow morning, probably a little late, like I said. Ko-Fi? I'll get to it, one sec. It's not loading. Looks like chat went full regard. Oh, okay. Cool. All right, guys. I'll see you bright and early. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some.
Also,
Kinney's.
hit the like. Jesus Christ.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.